Section 26 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VII, Part 2. In the midst of all these matrimonial speculations, Elisabeth kept her maundy at Greenwich, according to the ancient custom practised by Edward the Confessor and his relatives, St. Margaret, St. David, and Queen Matilda Atheling the Good. This custom required that the queen herself should wash the feet of the poor, in remembrance of our Saviour washing the feet of the apostles. Elisabeth could scarcely be blamed in modern times, because she performed the office daintily. The palace hall was prepared with a long table on each side, with benches, carpets, and cushions, and a cross table at the upper end, where the chaplain stood. 39 poor women, being the same number as the years of her Majesty's age at that time, March 19, 1572, entered and were seated on the forms. Then the yeoman of the laundry, armed with a fair towel, took a silver basin filled with warm water and sweet flowers, and washed all their feet, one after the other. He likewise made a cross a little above the toes, and kissed each foot after drying it. The sub-almoner performed the same ceremony, and the queen's almoner too. Then her Majesty entered the hall, and went to a prie-dieu and cushion, placed in the space between the two tables, and remained during prayers and singing, and while the gospel was read, how Christ washed his apostles' feet. Then came in procession of 39 of the queen's maids of honor and gentlewomen, each carrying a silver basin with warm water, spring flowers, and sweet herbs, having aprons and towels withal. Then her Majesty, kneeling down on the cushion placed for the purpose, proceeded to wash, in turn, one of the feet of each of the poor women, and wipe them with the assistance of the fair basin bearers. Moreover, she crossed and kissed them, as the others had done. Then, beginning with the first, she gave each a sufficient broadcloth for a gown, and a pair of shoes, a wooden platter, wherein was half a side of salmon, as much ling, 6 red herrings, 2 manchettes, and a mazer or wooden cup full of claret. All these things she gave separately. Then each of her ladies delivered to her Majesty the towel and the apron used in the ablution, and she gave each of the poor women one apiece. This was the conclusion of the ladies' official duty of the maundy. The treasurer of the royal chamber, Mr. Heneage, brought her Majesty 39 small white purses, each with 39 pence, which she gave separately to every poor woman. Mr. Heneage then supplied her with 39 red purses, each containing 20 shillings. This she distributed to redeem the gown she wore, which by ancient custom was given to one chosen among the number. After taking her ease on her cushion of state, and listening a while to the choir, her Majesty withdrew, for it was near sunset. La Mothe Fenelon soon after announced that the portrait of the Duke of Alençon had been delivered by Cavalcanti to the Earl of Leicester, who carried it into her Majesty's private cabinet, and submitted it to her inspection, and he afterwards told La Mothe that though it was not altogether the same as Monsieur, her Majesty seemed to think it had somewhat of the same air and bearing, that she did not appear to dislike it, and had judged that the accident to his face would wear out in time, but when she came to read the inscription of his age, she said, it was just the half of hers, 19 years to 38, and that she feared being so much his senior. In consequence of Elizabeth's reluctance to bring the Duke of Norfolk to the block, a party was raised by the secret instigation of Burleigh and his other equally deadly foe, Leicester, by whom her Majesty was urged both privately and publicly to cause the sentence of death to be executed on the unfortunate Duke. At length, an address from Parliament, assuring her there could be no security for herself and realm till this was done, furnished her with a legitimate excuse for bringing him to the block, June 2, 1572. It is impossible, however, to read Burleigh's frequent lamentations to Walsingham on the repugnance of their royal mistress to shed her unfortunate kinsman's blood, without perceiving the real authors of his death. Well did the pitiless men, by whom Elizabeth's better feelings were smothered, understand the arts of bending her stormy temper to their determined purposes. As to your letters to her majesty, writes Burleigh to Walsingham, forasmuch as the Duke of Norfolk had suffered upon Monday, and your letters came on Tuesday, I thought it not amiss to tell the queen that I had letters from you to her, which I thought were only to show her the opinion of wise men, and her majesty's well-wishers in France, both for the Queen of Scots and the Duke of Norfolk. Whereupon she bade me open the letters, and so I did, in her presence. And she being somewhat sad for the Duke of Norfolk's death, I took occasion to cut off the reading thereof, and so entered into speech of the Queen of Scots, which she did not mislike, and commended your care and diligence. The death of Norfolk was intended by Elisabeth's council as a prelude to that of a more illustrious victim. The queen was told that she must lay the axe to the root of the evil, for that she would neither have rest nor security while the Scottish queen was in existence. Elisabeth, with a burst of generous feeling, recoiled from the suggestion. "Can I put to death," she exclaimed, "the bird that, to escape the pursuit of the hawk, has fled to my feet for protection? Honour and conscience forbid!" The same parliament which had urged the execution of the Duke of Norfolk passed a bill for inflicting the punishment of death on the Queen of Scots for her share in the recent plots, but Elisabeth refused her assent both to that and another bill, which would have made it a capital offence for any one to assert the rights of that princess to the regal succession. The tragedy of Norfolk's execution was followed by a series of brilliant fetes, which were ordained in the honour of the arrival of the Duc de Montmorency and Monsieur de Foix, who came to conclude, in the name of the King of France, the solemn treaty of perpetual peace and alliance between that prince and Queen Elizabeth, as well as to make an official offer to her of the hand of the boy Alençon. On the 14th of June, the noble envoys presented their credentials to her majesty, together with private letters from the King of France, the Queen Mother, and the two princes, her late suitor and her present, all which she received graciously, but only read that from the king in their presence. The next day being Sunday, they, with the French ambassador, Monsieur de la Mothe, were introduced by Lord Burleigh into the chapel royal, after the prayers were ended, for the purpose of receiving a solemn ratification of the treaty from the queen. A profusion of compliments having been exchanged, her majesty expressed her happiness at entering into a treaty of perpetual alliance with the King of France, and called God to witness for her punishment, if in her heart he saw not a true intention of bringing forth the fruits of this accord by suitable deeds, for words, she said, were no better than leaves. She made also a deceitful profession of her impartial dealing with regard to Scotland in a loud voice. She then demanded the parchment digest of the treaty with the royal seal and signature of the King of France, which was forthwith presented to her, with all due ceremony, by the plenipotentiaries of his most Christian Majesty. Then she approached the altar, and laying her hand on the Gospels, which were held by one of her bishops, swore solemnly to observe all the articles contained in the treaty. She signed it on a golden desk, which was supported by 4 earls, in the presence of a great many French nobles, and the principal lords and ladies of her court. On our departure from the chapel, says Monsieur de la Mothe, to whose lively pen we are indebted for these details, she took us all 3 into her privy chamber, and a little after to her hall of presence, where she would have us dine at her own table, and the other French nobles in another great hall, with the lords of her court. After dinner, she talked some time apart with the Duc de Montmorency, and then conducted the matrimonial commissioners into her privy chamber, where the more interesting business, with which they were charged, was formally opened by the Duc de Montmorency, and confirmed by de Foix, according to the royal etiquette on such occasions, after she had read the letters of the royal family of France. Her majesty returned her thanks most graciously, which, observes La Mothe Fenelon, she well knows how to do. Touched on the difficulties that had attended the late negotiation, and were likely to impede the present, and, without either accepting or rejecting the new candidate for her hand, deferred her answer till such time as she should have given it proper consideration. She then did M. de Montmorency the honour of taking him into her own bedchamber, where she permitted him to remain for some hours, till his own was prepared for him, which was near it, being the same formerly occupied by the Earls of Leicester and Sussex. Then they came, pursues La Mothe, and took us to see the combats of bears, of bulls, and of a horse and monkey. The latter sport appears to have been an amusement confined to the court of the maiden queen, who took peculiar delight in these pastimes. Then, continues his excellency, we went into the pleasure gardens till the said lady came out, in readiness for the banquet, which was prepared with the utmost grandeur and magnificence, on one of the terraces of the palace, in a green arbor or pavilion, very large and beautiful, and well adorned with many compartments, and with two of the richest and most splendid buffets in Europe. She again made M. de Montmorency, M. de Foix, and me eat at her own table, and all the rest of the lords, French and English, mingled with the ladies of the court, occupied another very long table near hers. We were sumptuously entertained, and the feast was prolonged till about midnight, when she led us to another terrace, which looked into the great court of the palace, where we had not been long, when an old man entered with two damsels, and implored succour for them in her court. And immediately there appeared 20 knights in the lists, 10 in white, led by the Earl of Essex, and 10 in blue, led by the Earl of Rutland, who, in the cause of these damsels, commenced a stout combat on horseback with swords, which lasted till the dawn of day, when the queen, by the advice of the umpires of the field, declared that the damsels were delivered, and gave them all leave to retire to bed. This royal fete chambre and masque took place on a midsummer Sabbath night at the old palace of Westminster, on the banks of the Thames. 2 days after, the French ambassador accompanied the court to Windsor, where her majesty invested Montmorency with the order of the Garter. La Mothe Fenelon informs the King of France that he and his suite travelled at the expense of the queen, and were most liberally treated. And I have seen, says he, in the palaces of Windsor and Hampton Court, but especially at the latter, more riches and costly furniture than I ever did see, or could have imagined. At the same time that Francis, Duc de Montmorency, was admitted as Knight of the Garter, Walter Devereux, Earl of Essex, the Lord Grey of Wilton, Lord Chandos, and Lord Burleigh were elected companions of the order. And at the investiture, Queen Elizabeth, as a signal mark of her favour to her Prime Minister, Burleigh, buckled the garter about the knee herself, which appears to have been the first time this personal favour was conferred by the hands of a female sovereign. Elizabeth was, however, very proud of her distinction as the sovereign of this chivalric order. La Mothe Fenelon informs the Queen Mother of France, in his letter of the 22nd of June, that he had urged Burleigh and Leicester to entreat their royal mistress to give an early answer on the subject of the marriage, and grant a conference to himself and Montmorency. For this cause, pursues he, she sent for us all three on the morrow to come to her after dinner, in private, without ceremony. We were brought by water into her garden, and found her in a gallery, where she received us all very graciously. Elizabeth, while she avoided saying anything that might in the slightest degree commit herself, accused the equally cautious procurators of confining themselves to generalities, and said, she desired to enter into particularities, especially on the important subject of religion. They assured her that everything would be arranged to her satisfaction. It is impossible not to observe the malign pleasure with which Elizabeth recounts the personal defects of the unlucky boy, whom the royal intrigante, Catherine de Medicis, had the folly to propose as a suitable consort for her. She demands of the ambassador, what compensation is to be made to her, in the marriage articles, for the injury to his face from the smallpox? And discusses his royal highness from top to toe, with no more ceremony than is commonly used by persons who are bargaining for the purchase of a lapdog, a monkey, or any other animal of small account, but for the strong reasons of political expediency which rendered it necessary for the haughty Elizabeth to keep fair with France. There can be no doubt but she would have poured the overflowing measure of her ill-concealed scorn on both mother and son. As it was, she served her own purposes by humouring this most absurd of projects, and permitted the wily Catherine and her agreeable agent, Monsieur de la Mothe Fenelon, to fancy that they were beguiling her while she was in reality fooling them. It was, however, no mistake for them to suppose that their flattery had some effect on the mind of Elizabeth, for she was enjoying it so much that it is evident she prolonged the negotiations for the purpose of having the dose more frequently repeated. But though it was not difficult for the insinuating diplomatist to persuade the vainest of princesses that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and that the laws of nature were so far reversed in her favour that time had improved her charms, instead of injuring them, it was another matter to induce her to bestow all these perfections, in addition to her more important endowments of grandeur and regal power, on a suitor of Alençon's description. Elizabeth certainly treated the idea with mockery at the very time that she was feasting and bestowing honours, presents, and counter-flattery on the procurators of the marriage. The fetes and entertainments with which she graced Montmorency and de Foix lasted for a whole fortnight. The queen gratified them with costly and valuable presents of plate and money at their departure. Burleigh informs Walsingham that the ambassadors did all they could in the matter of the Duc d'Alençon, but got from her majesty neither yea nor nay, but the delay of a month in which she was to make up her mind. He charges Walsingham meantime to learn all he can of the duke, his real age and stature and conditions, his inclination to religion and that of his followers, of all which her majesty desired to be speedily advertised, that she might resolve before the month. And surely, observes the premier, I cannot see any lack in this, but in opinion for his age, which defect, if it might be supplied with some other recompense, were not worthy to be thought of. I wish we might have Calais for their issue, and he be governor thereof during his life, so that we might have security for our staple there. The next time La Mothe Fenelon had an interview with Elizabeth on the subject of the marriage, she expressed herself doubtfully touching the disparity of their age. The ambassador assured her that his prince's youth would be a singular advantage, as it would enable her and her counsellors to govern him at their own discretion, and that she could not, in all Europe, find a gentleman more deserving of the love and esteem of a fair and virtuous princess than the duke, and that she did herself wrong if she doubted that she was not worthy of the love and service of the most accomplished prince in the world, and entreated her to be satisfied that no one under heaven would be so extremely beloved as she, if she would but accept the affection of this prince and receive him into her good graces. Elizabeth replied, that perhaps it might be so for a little while, but in 7 or 8 years he would begin to despise and hate her, which would quickly bring her to the grave. Then the ambassador told her that he had found a little piece of writing among Monsieur de Foix's papers after his departure, which was part of a letter written by the Duke of Alençon himself to that gentleman, on the subject of his much desired marriage with her majesty, and though, in truth, he had no commission to show it to her majesty, yet, if she would like to see it, he would venture to do so, as it would serve materially to dispel the doubts she had in her heart. Elizabeth immediately called for seats, and having taken his excellency into a corner of the apartment, made him sit down by her, while she perused the paper, which had, of course, been written for this very purpose. She read and reread it, says La Mothe, and pronounced it marvellously well done, and exactly what she hoped to find in him, adding her praise of his beautiful and graceful style of writing, and also commending his fair penmanship. The next day, Leicester came to inform the ambassador that the sight of that little letter had done more with her majesty in favour of the marriage than all that had been said by Montmorency and de Foix, by himself or Burleigh, and, in short, than all the council had been able to do, and very obligingly advised La Mothe to get the Duke of Alençon to write another good letter, as discreetly expressed, and full of affection, that it might be shown to the queen, and even, if he thought proper, one to her majesty, who would not take it amiss. Leicester took the opportunity of hinting, that if the marriage were accomplished through his good offices, he should have no objection to a noble and wealthy French match himself, and expressed a wish that the queen mother would send him the portrait of Mademoiselle de Montpensier, which he knew well was in the house of the Count Palatine. One day Elizabeth told La Mothe that one of her embassy in France had written very favourably of the Duke of Alençon in all respects, and had said, he would not deceive her about the injury his face had received from the smallpox, knowing what a delicate eye she had for observing everything about any one, but that he would otherwise have been much handsomer than his brothers. On this hint La Mothe Fenelon launched into the most extravagant encomiums on the prince, declaring, that in every particular, save and except the accident to his face, he was a paragon above all the other princes in the world, and that this injury was not without remedy, for there was a physician in London, who had lately cured a person of the marks of the smallpox, who had been more frightfully seamed with it than any one in the world, and that if she would only accept the service of the duke, he would, in a few days afterwards, be rendered beautiful and worthy of her favour. This was certainly treating Elizabeth very much like a child, but it was an age of quackery and credulity, and it is very plain that Fenelon was himself deceived by the reports of the wonderful renovations effected by this occult practitioner in complexions that had been spoiled by the smallpox. He spoke of this to Burleigh, who begged him to name any person within the realm, who, to his certain knowledge, had been cured by the said physician. I name two, writes La Mothe to the queen mother, one of whom is of this city of London, and the other is a country lady, and a relation of the Countess of Bedford. In truth, the said doctor is a person of great learning and much experience, and has made no difficulty of it, but said, that the remedy has nothing in it that is noxious, and that it is very sure. After La Mothe had mentioned this to Elizabeth, she smiled, and begged him to have the remedy applied by all means to the face of the Duke of Alençon. The Earl of Lincoln, on his arrival from Paris, spoke very favourably of the young prince, and settled the two great objections that were constantly urged against the marriage, in an off-hand way, by saying, that his youth need not be any impediment, as he was growing older every day, and as for the scars of the smallpox, they were of no consequence, as he would soon have a beard to hide them. On the 27th of July, Elizabeth sent the Earl of Sussex, her Grand Chamberlain, to tell the French ambassador that she was going, the next day, to dine at the house of the Lord Treasurer, and that if he would come, he should be very welcome, and requested him to bring any letters that he had received for her, from his own court, with him. After dinner she led him into a little compartment out of the saloon, where she ordered seats to be brought for him and herself, and suffered no other person to approach. When she had discussed several subjects of political interest with him, he presented to her letters which he had received in his last packet, addressed to her from the King and Queen of France. She opened and read them with apparent satisfaction, and particularly noted every word of that written to her by the Queen Mother, whom she commended as one of the wisest and most virtuous princesses in the world. She then put her letters into her pocket, and began to discuss her small suitor, the Duke of Alençon, and the objections to her marriage with him, observing, that her subjects had hitherto esteemed her as somewhat wise, she having reigned over them in peace and prosperity 14 years. But if, after she had eschewed matrimony all her life, she should, now that she was an old woman, take a husband, so much too young, and especially with such a blemish in his face as that which had befallen Monsieur d'Alençon, they would despise her, and deem her very ill advised, even if she could show them a sufficient counterpoise to atone for such great defects, namely, his immature age and the scars of the smallpox. She added, that she had, in the first instance, charged her council to prepare a reply in her name to that effect, the same day the proposal was made to her by Monsieur de Montmorency, and she prayed his most Christian Majesty to take it in good part, and to continue to regard her as his own sister. The ambassador replied with many compliments on her prudence, and all the fine qualities which had rendered her reign so prosperous, and assured her that she would study the good of her subjects by accepting such a match as would increase her power, and that the king of France offered her the same conditions with Alençon that had been offered with Monsieur, only instead of Henry she would take Francis, who would be contented with a less public exercise of the rites prescribed by his religion than the other, whose conscience would not permit him to omit anything connected with it. He then begged permission to deliver to her majesty a letter which he had in charge to present to her from the Duke of Alençon. She took the letter, perused it with much satisfaction, and said, that all he had written corresponded with what she heard in his praise. The ambassador requested that she would permit the duke to write to her again, to which she made no objection. La Mothe Fenelon, at the conclusion of the conference, noticed that the complexion doctor had engaged to obliterate the disfiguring traces of the smallpox from the face of the duke, and received her majesty's gracious permission to confer with the lords of the council on the preliminaries of the marriage, of which this cure appears to have been the leading article. An envoy extraordinary, Monsieur de la Mole, was sent from the court of France to assist in the treaty. He arrived in London on the 27th of July, and La Mothe Fenelon sent an immediate notice of this event to the queen, who had begun her summer progress to the Midland counties, and had advanced 40 miles on her way to Warwick. She requested the plenipotentiaries of France to meet her at Easton, the seat of the valiant and hospitable Sir George Pomfret. The excitement of the chase, however, proved more interesting to Elizabeth than the discussions for her union with Monsieur d'Alençon, and she kept the procurators waiting for her 2 days at Easton, for, having started a large swift stag on the morning previous to that appointed for their audience, she pursued it all the day until the middle of the night, and was so greatly fatigued in consequence that she was compelled to keep her chamber all the next day. After recovering herself a little, she proceeded on her journey, and gave Monsieur de la Mole, who was presented in all due form by Monsieur de la Mothe, a gracious reception, and invited them to accompany her to Kenilworth. On the 12th of August she made a public entry into Warwick, travelling in her coach, attended by the Countess of Warwick, and surrounded by the greatest lords and ladies of her court. Her majesty, on account of the badness of the roads from heavy rains, was brought through Chesterton pastures, and approached the town by Ford Mill Hill, where the bailiff, recorder, and principal burgesses were drawn up in order on their knees to receive and welcome her. The queen caused her carriage to be thrown open on every side, that all her subjects might behold her, and paused while the recorder addressed her in a very long-winded and remarkably pedantic harangue, ending with a humble request to her majesty to accept a small present from the town, which he compared to the widow's mite, and the drop of water which Alexander the Great condescended to accept of a poor soldier by the wayside. Then Robert Phillips, the bailiff, rising from his knees, and coming to the side of the coach, or chariot, in which her majesty sat, knelt down and offered to her a purse, very fairly wrought, and in the purse 20 pounds, all in sovereigns, on which she put forth her hand very graciously, and received it with a benign and smiling countenance, and, turning to the Earl of Leicester, said, "My lord, this is contrary to your promise." Then she made the following considerate reply to the bailiff and corporation. "Bailiff, I thank you, one and all, for your good wills, and I am very loath to take anything at your hands now, because you, at the last time of my being here, presented us to our great liking and contentation, and it is not the manner to be always presented with gifts, and I am the more unwilling to take anything of you, because I know a mite at your hands is as much as 1,000 pounds for some. Nevertheless, that you may not think I mislike your good wills, I accept it with most hearty thanks to you all, praying God that I may perform, as Mr. Recorder saith, such benefit as is hoped." And withal she offered her hand to the bailiff to kiss, and when he had done so, she returned his mace to him, which he had surrendered to her majesty before the oration, and which she had kept in her lap till it was ended. When she had delivered the mace, she called Mr. Aglionby, the recorder, to her, and offering her hand to him to kiss, she said to him with a smile, "Come hither, little recorder. It was told me that you would be afraid to look upon me, or to speak boldly, but you were not so afraid of me as I was of you, and I now thank you for putting me in mind of my duty, and what should be in me." And, showing a most gracious and favourable countenance to the spectators, she said again, "I most heartily thank you all, my good people," and was so desirous to be going, but Mr. Griffin, the preacher, approached her majesty, kneeled down, and offered her a paper, to whom she said, "If it be any matter to be answered, we will look upon it, and give you our answer at my lord of Warwick's house." The paper was, however, a quaint Latin acrostic, in which her majesty was compared to Pallas, Astraea, Penelope, and Deborah, a great deal of time and trouble having been expended to compel the first letter and the last of every line in the first stanza to form the following compliment: To Elisabetta viro nubis, o mater eris. These verses her majesty gave to the Countess of Warwick, who was in the coach with her. Then the bailiff, recorder, and burgesses took to their horses, and, marshalled by the heralds, rode two and two before her majesty till they brought her to the castle gate. The old corporation book, from which these details are abstracted, does not omit to record that the 12 principal burgesses were clad, on this occasion, in gowns of puke colour, lined with satin and damask. The bailiff, in a gown of scarlet, rode next her majesty, on the right hand of the Lord Compton, who was then high sheriff of the shire, and therefore would have carried his rod up into the town, but was forbidden by the heralds and gentlemen ushers, as contrary to etiquette on that occasion. When her majesty reached the castle gate, they made a lane for her to pass through, who, viewing them well, gave them thanks, and pronounced them to be a goodly and well-favoured company. She remained at Warwick from the Monday till the Wednesday, when she commenced her journey to Kenilworth, leaving her household and train at Warwick, and proceeded by the North Gate, through Mr. Thomas Fisher's grounds, and so by Woodlows, which is the fairest way to Kenilworth, where she remained from Wednesday morning till Saturday night, as the guest of the Earl of Leicester. La Mothe Fenelon, in his letters to his sovereign, speaks with great satisfaction of the princely festivities with which he and his friend, La Mole, were entertained by the Earl at Kenilworth. The day after their arrival, he and de la Mothe had a private conference, of an hour and a half, with the queen, on the subject of the proposal of the Duke of Alençon, in which she flattered them with deceitful hopes of consenting to the marriage. After dinner, they all pursued the pastime of hunting the hart till night in one of the parks. End of section 26. Section 27 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VII, Part 3. On Saturday night, very late, Elisabeth returned to Warwick, and because she would see what cheer my Lady of Warwick made, she entered unexpectedly into Sir Thomas Fisher's house, where, finding them all at supper, she sat down a little while, and, after a slight repast, rose again, leaving the rest at supper, and went to visit the good man of the house, Mr. Fisher, who was at that time grievously vexed with the gout, but chose to be brought out of his chamber into the gallery to pay his duty to her majesty, and would have made an attempt to kneel to her, but she prevented him, and comforted him with such gracious words, that, forgetting his pain, he was on horseback to attend her majesty on the following Monday, on her return to Kenilworth. Meantime, however, she took up her abode in Warwick Castle, where it pleased her, on the Sunday, to have the country people come and dance before her in the court of the castle, where she looked out from her chamber window, which pleased them, and appeared to make her very merry. On that day, the French ambassador and Monsieur de la Mole, having received dispatches from their own court, with letters from the royal family for her, came to wait upon her there. In her last letter, Elizabeth had intimated that before the negotiations proceeded further, it was absolutely necessary that she should have a personal interview with her youthful suitor. But the wily queen mother, being perfectly aware that unless Elizabeth could be induced to make a blindfold bargain by plighting herself before she saw the prince, the match would never take place, opposed the projected meeting as derogatory to the dignity of her son for him to come over to be looked at the risk of being mocked with a rejection. Elizabeth, in reply to this objection, said, "She entreated that neither the King of France, the Queen Mother, nor the ambassador would believe her to be capable of such baseness as to speak of an interview with a prince of his high rank if she were not disposed to marry him, that it was long before she could overcome her reluctance to the wedded state, and now she had gained that victory over herself, she was disposed to use it for the purpose of strengthening the bonds of friendship between the royal house of France and herself; that she desired the said interview as much for the satisfaction of the duke as for her own, to the end that he might not be compelled to espouse a woman whom he could not love, and, on her own account, she wished to see if she could be loved by him, and also if the disparity of his age, and what had been reported of his face, were objections that might be overcome, and if she could not have that satisfaction, then she must beg us to tell the king and his mother that the matter was at an end." After pronouncing these words, the queen remained silent and pensive. Then the two subtle diplomatists endeavoured, by the following flattering logic, to persuade her that the disparity in age between herself and their prince amounted to nothing, seeing that it was only the trifling difference of 19 years, and as her majesty, from her charms of mind and person, appeared younger by 10 years than she really was, and Monseigneur, the duke, in consequence of his fine manly figure and good sense, had anticipated the other 9 years in his age, and looked full 27, they were placed on an equality. As for the interview, the king and queen of France were most anxious that it should take place, if they could be certain of her majesty's remaining in the mind to marry, but as yet she had only given doubtful and unsatisfactory answers, to the great discontent of the duke, and as she had seen his portrait, and heard by many of her own people what he was, it was necessary that she should return a more decided answer, and at any rate that she would sanction another conference with the lords of her council on the subject. On this she raised her head and replied, with a more agreeable and cheerful countenance, that she was content that the conference should take place, if only to prove to the King of France how greatly she valued his friendship. After insinuating that she felt more favourably disposed towards the marriage, she withdrew, says La Mothe, very gaily to her chamber, telling Leicester that they were to return and sup with her, and invited us herself. When we came back, we found her playing on the spinet, and she continued to play at our entreaty, and she played again to please the Sieur de la Mole. At supper, which was a sumptuous feast, she gave us, before all the company, as many marks of favour as we could desire. After she had drank to me, she sent the cup with what remained in it to me, that I might pledge her, and wished much that she could exchange such agreeable messages with my lord the duke. She drank also to the Sieur de la Mole, with many other pleasant demonstrations and courtesies, out of compliment to his master. When supper was concluded, at about 9 in the evening, a fortress that was built up in a meadow, under the windows of the castle, was assailed by a party of the youth of the court, and defended by another party for a display of fireworks, which was a very fine spectacle, and we remained with the said lady till about midnight, to see the end of it. There is a quaint and very elaborate description of this pageant in the Black Book of the Warwick Corporation, by which we learn that there were 2 forts, of wood and canvas, erected on the Temple ditch, at convenient distances for assailing each other with squibs and fireballs, one of the forts being manned by the townspeople, clad in such harness as could be obtained by them, to maintain a warlike show. The other was defended by the Earl of Oxford, with a band of the young gentlemen of the court. and between the forts were planted 12 or 14 field pieces, and as many mortars, which had been brought from the Tower of London at the expense of the Earl of Warwick, with which a most especial uproar was raised, in imitation of storming a citadel. Then the Earl of Oxford and his company, to the number of 200, shot up calivers and arquebuses in return, and cast out divers fires. Terrible, says the record, to those who had been in like experiences, valiant to such as delighted therein, and strange to them that understood it not, for the wildfire, falling into the river Avon, would for a time lie still, and then again rise and fly abroad, casting forth many flashes and flames, whereat the Queen's Majesty took great pleasure, till she found her good town of Warwick was in some danger of being burned down, by this device for her honour and glory. For at the last, a flying dragon, casting out huge flames and squibs, lighted upon the fort and set fire to it, for its subversion. It chanced that a ball of fire fell on a house at the end of the bridge, and set fire to the same, so that the good man and his wife, being both in bed and asleep, were with great ado saved, but the house and everything in it were consumed, and the flames spread to some of the adjoining dwellings, which were with difficulty extinguished by the exertions of the Earl of Oxford, Sir Fulk Greville, and others of the courtiers and townspeople. This combustion might be good pastime for the idle gallants of the court, but it was no fun for the people of Warwick, who were in almost as much alarm and danger as if they had been bombarded by a hostile army, with the fireballs flying about the town and falling on the roofs of houses, and into their courts and backyards. 4 houses in the town and suburbs were on fire at once, and it was next to a miracle that no more mischief was done. As La Mothe Fenelon does not mention these accidents, it is probable that he might imagine the conflagrations were intended as part of the show. The next morning the Queen sent for the poor old man and woman whose house had been burned, and comforted them with many gracious words, and by her Grace's bounty and that of her courtiers, the sum of £25, 12 and 6 was given towards the losses of the sufferers, which, notwithstanding the relative value of money, was rather a paltry subscription, considering the high rank of the parties. On the following day, the subject of Her Majesty's marriage was again discussed, and she declared, that after having heard the opinions of her council, she found herself in a greater perplexity than ever, for though they all wished her to marry, they agreed with her, that it was impossible to advance any further in the treaty till she should have seen what manner of man the Duke of Alençon really was, and for herself she was determined not to judge of him by any other witness than that of her own eyes. She was sure some ill would come of it if they married without some previous affection, such as is usually acquired by sight, and she swore by her Creator that the doubts she felt made her fear and repent of having gone so far. The following day Her Majesty and the French envoys returned to Kenilworth on horseback in company, sometimes as they went following the chase, and between whiles pursuing the subject of the matrimonial treaty to our great satisfaction, says the deluded La Mothe, who appears at that time to have been actually persuaded by Elisabeth that she was bent on marriage, and might be flattered into wedding the unsuitable spouse they offered her. He writes volumes to Charles IX and the Queen Mother, relating his private conferences with Elisabeth, and the proceedings of her council while at Kenilworth on the subject of this alliance, assuring them that the Queen is better disposed towards it than she has yet been. He expresses his satisfaction, in particular, for the good offices which he considers have been rendered by the Earl of Leicester in the negotiation, and repeats his opinion that the latter should be rewarded with a wealthy French heiress of the highest rank in return for his services. The clear-headed Burleigh condensed the actual substance of all the frothy compliments, affections, and mystifications used by his royal mistress in her discussions with the noble French diplomats into the following brief entry, which is inscribed by his own hand in his private diary. August 22nd. Answer given to La Mothe at Kenilworth, when he came to move marriage for Francis, Duke of Alençon, younger brother of the French king, that there were 2 difficulties, one for difference of religion, the other for their ages, but yet that the articles moved in his brother, the Duke of Anjou's case, might serve for him. 2 days after this oracular sentence was inscribed by Burleigh, the massacre of St. Bartholomew was perpetrated in Paris. The tidings of this direful tragedy were received in England with feelings of generous indignation, which rendered all ranks of the people ready to take up arms, to avenge the murdered victims of the treacherous and profligate Catherine de Medicis, and the abhorrent instruments of her atrocity. The very name of a Frenchman was regarded with horror, and La Mothe Fenelon and his suite felt themselves the objects of popular detestation, though innocent of the slightest knowledge of the crime that had been committed in the blood-stained metropolis of France. No one could be more deeply mortified at the transaction than La Mothe himself, who does not scruple to express, in plain terms, to his royal master, his grief and annoyance at what had taken place, and the disgraceful light in which it had placed the monarch and people of France in the opinion of the English. Elisabeth at first declined giving audience to the luckless ambassador, on whom the task devolved of making the most plausible story he could in extenuation of this dreadful business. After taking 3 days to consider whether she would see him or not, she at length decided on granting him an interview at Woodstock, where she was when the intelligence reached her. She received him in her privy chamber, in the presence of the lords of the council, and the principal ladies of her court, all of whom were, like herself, clad in the deepest mourning. A solemn silence prevailed on his entrance, and after a brief pause, the queen advanced 10 or 12 paces to receive him, with a grave, stern countenance, but with her wonted courtesy, and leading him to a window, apart from the rest, she said something apologetic for having delayed his audience, and demanded of him, if it were possible that the strange news she had heard of the prince, whom she so much loved, honoured, and confided in of all the world, could be true? La Mothe told her, that in truth he had come to lament with her over the sad accident that had just occurred, to the infinite regret of the king, who had been compelled, for the security of his life and that of the queen his mother and his 2 brothers, to put down the sedition and traitorous plots of those who had confederated against him many high and horrible treasons, and that what he had done was as painful to him as if he had cut off one of his arms to preserve the rest of his body. Elisabeth inquired, with eager curiosity, into the particulars, and lamented that the king had not proceeded against the admiral and his adherents, according to the laws which punished treason, observing, that although she had been unable to accept his majesty for a husband, she would always love and revere him as if she were his wife, that she was infinitely jealous of his honour, and believed that it was neither according to his disposition, nor from any premeditation of his own, that these murders had happened, but from some strange accident which time would elucidate. The convenient term accident was afterwards adopted by Elisabeth herself on an occasion when, as in the case of the royal culprits of St. Bartholomew, it implied an equivocating denial of a crime too black to be acknowledged or defended by the perpetrator. The French ambassador, notwithstanding the trepidation with which he entered the presence of Elisabeth, and the chill which her first reception had given him, took courage, before the audience ended, to present her with a love letter from the Duke of Alençon, and she received it willingly, and read it with apparent satisfaction. She said, however, that it had been her intention to send the most honourable ambassador that had been seen in France for a long time, to show her respect for the most Christian queen, on the occasion of the birth of her first child which was soon expected, but that now she should take care that neither Leicester nor Burleigh went, knowing how much their deaths were desired by the persons who were the instigators of what had taken place in Paris. On leaving the queen, La Mothe had to go over the same slippery ground in explanations to the lords of her council, who were far from taking the matter as easily as their mistress had done. They would not hear of accidents or mistakes, but declared that the recent massacre was, without doubt, the most enormous crime that had been committed since the death of Jesus Christ, and loudly condemned the treachery and cruelty of those by whom it had been planned and executed. In a letter to the king his master, dated September 29th, La Mothe describes the mortifying situation in which he and all his countrymen were placed in England, and says, "That no one will speak to him but the queen, who treats him with her accustomed urbanity." Not more atrocious, however, was the ruthless fanaticism which prompted the butcher work by which the day of St. Bartholomew was forever rendered a watchword of reproach against Catholics, than the murderous spirit of cruelty and injustice which led the professors of the Reformed faith to clamour for the blood of the captive Mary Stuart as a victim to the manes of the slaughtered Protestants. Sandys, Bishop of London, in a letter to Burleigh, enclosed a paper of measures which he deemed expedient for the good of the realm and the security of his royal mistress at that crisis, beginning with the startling article, "Forthwith to cut off the Scottish queen's head." Burleigh endeavoured to prevail on Elizabeth to follow this sanguinary counsel, telling her that it was the only means of preventing her own deposition and murder. It is easy at all times to persuade hatred that revenge is an act of justice. Elizabeth was beset by tempters of no common plausibility, men who had always a scripture text in readiness to quiet the divine witness of conscience against crime. She had resisted their previous solicitations to take the life of her defenseless captive, and placed her refusal on high and noble grounds. But her resolves, whether in good or evil, were easily shaken. Her passions were stronger than her principles, and were excited without difficulty by persons of cooler temperaments than herself. Sooner or later, the inflexible Burleigh always carried his point with his stormy mistress. He had terrified her with plots and rumours of plots, till he succeeded in convincing her that she was in the utmost danger from the murderous machinations of Mary Stuart, and that it would be desirable to deprive her enemies of a rallying point by putting that unfortunate lady to death. Elizabeth shrunk from the idea of staining her hands with royal blood, but, like many others, had no objection to sin by deputy. A darker and more treacherous expedient than either a private or a judicial murder in her own realm was concocted between Burleigh, Leicester, and herself, as "the most convenient method of ridding herself," as Mr. Tytler observes, "of her hated and dangerous prisoner." The Scotch had sold her fugitive rebel, the Earl of Northumberland, into her hands, that she might execute her vengeance upon him, and Elizabeth, in return, proposed, not to sell, but to resign their injured sovereign into the cruel hands of Morton and the Regent Mar, to be dealt with in the way of justice, words which were tantamount to Cromwell's private memorandum, "to send such and such persons to London to be tried and executed." There was, indeed, to be the mockery of a trial, but then the children or near kinsmen of Morton and Mar were to be put into the hands of the English queen, as hostages, that, trial or not, the execution of Mary was to take place within 4 hours after she was given up to their tender mercies. The details of this iniquitous pact are clearly and succinctly related by Mr. Tytler, and the actual documents may be seen in the State Paper Office. The instructions for Killigrew, to whom the arrangement of "the great matter," as it was significantly termed by the diplomatic accomplices, was committed, are in Burleigh's own hand. The muniments of history afford not a more disgraceful document, nor has the light of truth ever unveiled a blacker mass of evidence, than the correspondence between Killigrew and Burleigh and Leicester during the negotiation. Mary had, however, ceased to be an object of alarm to the rebel lords, and even her deadly foe, Morton, the wily accomplice in Darnley's murder, would not undertake the office of the Queen of England's hangman without a fee. Why should he and the Regent Mar sell their souls for naught? They demanded money of the parsimonious Elizabeth, a yearly stipend withal, no less than the amount of the sum it cost her majesty for the safe keeping of her royal prisoner. The dark treaty was negotiated in the sick chamber of the guilty Morton, with the ardent approbation of the dying Knox, and, after nearly 6 weeks' demur, the Regent Mar gave consent, but was immediately stricken with a mortal illness, and died at the end of 24 hours. Morton insisted on higher terms, and, more than that, an advantageous treaty, and the presence of 3,000 English troops, under the command of the Earls of Huntingdon, Essex, and Bedford, to assist at the execution, otherwise he would not undertake it. The last condition could not be conceded, for Elizabeth's share in the transaction was to be kept secret, and for the honour of the English character, it is doubtful whether 3,000 men could have been found willing to assist at so revolting a tragedy. Eagerly as Burleigh thirsted for the blood of Mary Stuart, he dared not venture the experiment, but, in his bitter disappointment at the failure of his project, he wrote to Leicester that the queen must fall back upon her last resource, for the safety of herself and kingdom. God send her majesty, continues he, strength of spirit to preserve God's cause, her own life, and the lives of millions of good subjects, all which are most manifestly in danger, and that only by her delays, and so consequently she shall be the cause of the overthrow of a noble crown and realm, which shall be prey to all that can invade it. God be merciful to us. Some natural doubts must be felt by those who have traced the long hidden mysteries of these murderous intrigues, whether the person by whom they were devised could have believed in the existence of that all-seeing judge, whose name he so frequently repeats, to his accomplice, in this cowardly design against the life of a persecuted and defenseless woman. The worthy Matthew Parker, Archbishop of Canterbury, to whom Elizabeth was very dear, not only as his sovereign and the bulwark of the Protestant Church, but as the daughter of his unfortunate patroness, Ann Boleyn, wrote to Burleigh a marvellous account of the sayings of a strange body, as he called some insane foreign incendiary whom the mayor of Dover had apprehended and conducted to London, for using expressions touching the queen, Leicester, and Hatton, such as Mr. Mayor durst not commit to paper, but was ready to whisper to the premier if he would give him the opportunity. The strange body had a brother in Calais who had also said that he trusted to hear of as many throats cut in England that winter as had been in France, and that, within the 12-month, he doubted not but Henry's bones, and Mistress Elizabeth's too, should be openly burned in Smithfield. Notwithstanding all this perilous talking, the strange body had been discharged, and allowed to return to his own friends, being in all probability a wandering lunatic, not worth the trouble of subjecting to the torture. The recent outrages on Protestants in France, while they furnished Elizabeth's cabinet with an excuse for advocating the murder of Mary Stuart, rendered the negotiation for the Queen's marriage with a Catholic prince most distasteful to the people of England, but though apparently at an end, they were still carried on sub rosa between Elizabeth and the court of France through the agency of Monsieur de la Mothe. On the 11th of September the Queen Mother wrote to that statesman, apparently in reply to his recommendation of the English quack, who had undertaken to eradicate the traces of the smallpox. I have seen the physician, Penna, but the visage of my son Alençon is much amended, and does amend every day. But I must be well certified that the said physician uses medicine such as I can see by writing what he does, so that it is evident he will do no harm. The said doctor can easily practice upon a page, and, if it does well, he can use his remedies on my son. Such were the private communications between England and France, when Elizabeth seemed publicly indignant for the massacre of St. Bartholomew. When La Mothe Fenelon communicated this interesting piece of information to Elizabeth, she said, that she was astonished, considering the great love that Catherine had always shown for her children, that she had not sooner endeavoured to remove so great a disfigurement as the scars which marred the countenance of the Duke of Alençon. 2 or 3 days after this conversation, Elizabeth herself was attacked with the same malady, which had left such frightful traces of its ravages on the visage of her unlucky suitor. The whole court were in a state of alarm, and Leicester again took upon himself the office of watching her sickbed. till the favorable nature of the symptoms relieved her ministers from the alarming apprehension of their being deprived of their beloved sovereign, and the yet more painful contingency of seeing her sceptre pass into the hands of Mary Stuart. The disease, however, passed lightly over Elizabeth, and she thus describes it in a letter to the Earl of Shrewsbury, who, not without cause, had expressed great anxiety to be certified of her Majesty's state. Red spots began to appear in our face, like to be smallpox, but thanks be to God, the same vanished away. She concludes in her own hand. My faithful Shrewsbury, let not grief touch your heart for fear of my disease, for I assure you, if my credit were not greater than my show, there is no beholder would believe that I had been touched with such a malady. Your faithful sovereign, Elisabeth Regina. When Elizabeth gave audience to the French ambassador, she thanked him for his attention during her late malady of the smallpox, and told him that the last time he was at Windsor she had the stomach ache, from taking a little mithridate, but she had given him permission to see her now, because he would be able to give their majesties of France a better account of her illness, adding playfully, that she believed when Monseigneur, the Duke, came to hear of it, he would wish that she had had just enough of it left on her face to prevent them from reproaching one another. The complacent ambassador replied in a high-flown strain of compliment, that the King of France, Monseigneur, the Duke, and all connected with that crown, desired entirely the preservation of her surpassing endowments, regarding her beauty no less than those which adorn her greatness, and that they would have infinite pleasure in learning from his next dispatch that she was so perfectly cured of this malady, that it had not left a vestige or trace on her countenance. His Excellency added a piece of gratuitous flattery on his own account, which, from its excessive grossness, would have been regarded by any lady less vain than Elizabeth as downright impertinence. That for his own part he rejoiced, no less at the accident than the cure, for it was a sort of malady which showed that her youth was not yet past, nor ready to pass away for a long time, and that it had so greatly improved her charms that she could never be in a better plight for matrimony than at present, nor more likely to fulfill the hopes of the nation, by continuing her illustrious line. Therefore he besought her no longer to delay her own happiness, but to come to a favourable decision on the proposal of the Duke. She rejoined with a smile, that she had not expected that his Excellency had come to speak on that subject just then, but rather to announce the accouchement of the most Christian Queen, for already there was a report in London that she had borne a fair son, and she prayed to God that it might be so. The report was unfounded, for the Queen of France brought forth a daughter on the 27th of October. La Mothe Fenelon waited on Elizabeth to announce to her the birth of the little princess, to assure her of the continued devotion of the Duke of Alençon, to inquire her intentions with regard to his proposal, and to inform her of the sentence passed by the Parliament of France against the late admiral and his confederates, Bricmont and Cavaignac. The last two had been executed in the presence of the king, his mother, brethren, and the King of Navarre, by torchlight, the same day that the young Queen of France had made the sanguinary monarch, Charles IX., the father of his firstborn child. Elizabeth was already well informed of a fact that had filled every heart with horror and disgust, and in reply to the ambassador she alluded to the circumstance with dignified and deserved censure. She said, that his Majesty could not have wished more for the safety of the Queen and her happy delivery than she had done, that she could have desired that his felicity had been rendered more complete by the birth of a Dauphin, but, nevertheless, the little princess would be very welcome in the world, and she prayed God to give her happiness equal to her illustrious rank and descent, and as she felt assured that she would be fair and good, she regretted that her royal father should have polluted the day of her birth by so sad a spectacle as that which his Majesty had gone to see in the grave, and called upon the ambassador for an explanation of that circumstance. Heartily ashamed of the conduct of his sovereign, and too honest to defend it, La Mothe Fenelon only observed, that the day had been marked by some evil as well as much happiness, and that his master would not have assisted at such an act if he had not had the example of other great kings on similar occasions. In respect to the Duke of Alençon, Elizabeth said, that she had not yet received a reply to the last proposition that had been made by her ambassador, for which she had long waited, and that the picture of the state of France, as represented by him, filled her with extreme horror, for it seemed that everything was done against those of her own religion. As for the condemnation of the admiral and the others, if their ruin were the safety of the King of France, no one could be more glad than herself that they were dead. End of section 27. Section 28 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VII, Part 4. On the 12th of November, Michel de Castelnau, Sieur de Mauvissier, came over to solicit Elizabeth to accept the office of godmother to the infant princess of France, in conjunction with the Empress. She gave him his first audience at Hampton Court, on which occasion he was presented by La Mothe Fenelon, and was most graciously received by the Queen. He was the bearer of 5 letters to her Majesty, from the King, the Queen Mother, Monsieur, and the Duke of Alençon. The first 4 he delivered to her Majesty after he had recited his credence, but reserved that from Alençon till after the business, on which he came, had been discussed. The Queen expressed her full appreciation of the compliment that was paid her on this occasion, and said, that she took it as an especial mark of the King's friendship, that he should wish her to be his gossip or commière, for which she begged to thank him and the royal mother, grandmother, and uncles of the petite madame with much affection. She then made particular inquiries as to what would be done by the Empress on this occasion, and what princess she would send as her representative to perform this office for her, and went on to say, that for herself she was at a loss for a person of sufficient rank to send on her part. The Countess of Lennox, as her nearest relation, and the First Lady of the Blood Royal, would have been a proper substitute on this occasion, but her immediate connection with the Queen of Scots and the infant King James deterred Elizabeth from allowing her to proceed to France, and to prevent the possibility of jealousy of any other lady of the court, whom she might have selected for this office, Elizabeth chose to be represented by a male proxy, at the baptism of the infant Princess of France. William Somerset, Earl of Worcester, a Catholic, was the nobleman dispatched by her on this mission, and her godmother's gift was a font of pure gold. The Queen kept her wily statesman, Walsingham, in France, as her ambassador, while her absurd marriage treaty was negotiating. He was eager for his recall, and his wife beset the Queen, frequently with tears and lamentations, that she would permit him to come back. At last, the clerk of the council, Sir Thomas Smith, obtained a promise to that effect, in a dialogue related by him, in which he gives a glimpse of Queen Elizabeth at her council board, not in the formal discussion of business, but in a little familiar chat, while official papers were receiving her signature. At the signing of her Majesty's letters to you, writes he to Walsingham, this morning I said to the Queen, Madam, my Lord Ambassador looks now to have some word from your Majesty respecting his return. It would comfort him very much. Well, said the Queen, he shall come. Yea, quoth I, but the poor gentleman is almost dismayed. Your Majesty hath heard enough with what grief he doth tarry there. Well, said the Queen, you may write to him that he shall come home shortly, we think, with my Lord of Worcester. I said, indeed my lord's train would be the more honourable, if he had one ambassador to go with him, and another to return with him. Yea, saith her Majesty, but there be some make excuses that they would not go, but their excuses shall not serve them. I thanked her Majesty, and came my ways, for she hasted to go a walking with her ladies, because it was a frost. It was in the pleasaunces of Hampton Court she was anxious to walk, that frosty December morning. She hath appointed Mr. Carew as the French ambassador, but he maketh great labour to the contrary by her ladies of the privy chamber, yet as I perceive by her last speech, he is to succeed you." Yet in the same letter he says of the queen, "Ye know how long we be here a resolving, and how easy to be altered." Walsingham was still detained. Sir Thomas Smith, whom he had urged to plead for the appointment of a substitute, writes thus to Burleigh on the subject: "I once again have moved the queen's majesty for Mr. Dale's going, and still she saith, there are other matters between her highness and the duke d'Alençon, which it is not fit Dale should be made privy unto. Howsoever the matter is, I know not the reason, but I perceive, as yet, neither his preparation nor the loss which he is like to sustain, nor the grief to Mr. Walsingham, can make her majesty sign anything that appertaineth to his going." Smith went on to tell the queen that he had expressed a wish to Burleigh that he would return. "Beshrew you," said she, "why did you send for him?" "Marry," replied the secretary, "Madam, I did wish he were here at the departing of my lord of Worcester to make perfect all things, first with France, and then with my lord of Desmond into Ireland." "Why," rejoined the queen, "I knew before he would take physic at London, and then recreate himself a while at Tongs. I beshrew you for sending for him." "There is no hurt done," quoth the secretary again. "Madam, I will send him word again this night what your majesty doth say, and I think then he will not be hasty to come, although I wish he were here. And then," continued he, "I had begun some instructions for my lord of Worcester, if any such questions were asked of him, for such a nobleman may not seem to be dumb or ignorant of your highness's pleasure in such things as may be asked. Otherwise, I think it be not your majesty's pleasure that he should meddle in those, that is, for the French that be here, the marriage and the traffic." All these her majesty liked well, but womanlike said, that she would have the marriage first. After Smith had submitted to her majesty some other matters of business, she bade him tell Burleigh that the Count Montgomery and the vidame had been with her, and urged her to send Hawkins, or some other, with a supply of powder to Rochelle, for the besieged Huguenots, under the colour of its being driven there by stress of weather, but, she said, that she knew not how to do that, having been solicited by the French ambassador not to aid them. "Her majesty," adds Smith, "prays you to think of it, and devise how it may be done, for she thinks it necessary, and if it were done, Count Montgomery possibly would end his life there, being weary of this idle life here." In this brief detail of the consultation between Elizabeth and her Secretary of State, given by himself to his colleague, Burleigh, we have a specimen of her manner of transacting business with her ministers, and a proof of the twofold treachery of her political conduct. She could not send the supplies to the gallant Rochellers without infringing her friendly treaty with the King of France, but she is desirous that Burleigh should devise some underhand method of sending it, nevertheless, not from zeal to the cause of Protestantism, but in the hope that she may, by that means, get rid of her inconvenient friend, the Huguenot agitator, Montgomery. When the Earl of Worcester and the splendid ambassade she had commissioned to assist at the christening of the little Princess of France railed, the Huguenots, despairing of further encouragement from Queen Elizabeth, sent a squadron to sea, for the purpose of intercepting her envoy, and making spoil of the rich presents with which his ship was freighted. They narrowly missed their object, but took and plundered 2 of the attendant vessels, and killed some of the passengers. Elizabeth was much exasperated at this outrage, but as it was attributed to pirates, she sent a fleet to clear the channel of all cruisers, and utterly refused to assist the brave Rochellers with further supplies. She was now on the most affectionate terms with those bêtes noires of history, Catherine de Medicis and Charles IX, and appeared to regard the hopeful boy Alençon as her future husband. She then discussed the expediency of an interview, and received his letters with all due regard. The reader will probably have no objection to see a specimen of the style in which Elizabeth was addressed at this period by her small suitor. Francois, Duke of Alençon, to Elizabeth, Queen of England. Madame, whatsoever I have seen or heard of the declaration you have made of your good affection towards our marriage has given me extreme pleasure and contentment, and also that it has pleased you to appoint an interview between you and I, which is a thing that I have so much at heart that I can think of nothing but to do all that may be possible for me to enjoy instantly this satisfaction, as I have had for a length of time the wish of offering very humble and agreeable service, in order to participate in your good graces. Of this I have always assured you by my letters, but I desire to confirm it to you by word of mouth, if it be the will of God, that this interview should take place, the which I hope will be in such a manner, and so favorable, that it will not pass over without the utmost pleasure to us both, as well as an advancement that will lead this negotiation to a good conclusion. The Sieur de la Mothe Fenelon, ambassador of the king, my lord and brother, resident near you, has charged to inform you of some particular matters. To him I remit them. I will not make this letter longer than to say that I kiss your hands very humbly, and to pray God, Madame, that he will have you in his holy keeping. From Saint-Germain-en-Laye, the 20th of February. Your very obedient brother, to do you service, Francois. The apparent earnestness of this and other letters, written by Alençon to Elizabeth and her ministers, induced her, at length, to signify her consent for him to come to England. Scarcely had she done so, when the election of his brother Henry to the throne of Poland caused a sudden change in her purpose. When the French ambassador, La Mothe, informed her of this event, she expressed the utmost amazement at the news, and after offering her congratulations, she asked many questions in a breath on the subject, such as whether the emperor would take offense, whether the new king would make war against the Turks or against the Muscovites, if he intended to espouse the Princess of Poland, and if he would leave the siege of Rochelle to go there. This last indeed he did in a manner inconsistent with his honor as a general and his duty to his royal brother. The young Alençon succeeded to the command, but neither possessed his military talents, his experience, nor the confidence of the army. Alençon wrote many love letters to the queen from the camp before Rochelle, reiterating his desire to come and throw himself at her feet. Elizabeth replied, that her people liked not the business in which he was engaged, and if he came to woo her with his sword stained with Protestant blood, he would be regarded by her subjects with horror, that neither she nor they could forget the massacre of St. Bartholomew, which had been perpetrated at a marriage festival. She ended by counseling him to use his influence to mediate a peace between the contending parties at France. Young as he was, Alençon was already considered a troublesome member of the royal house of France, and had acquired the jealousy and ill will of his two elder brothers, who were most anxious to see him removed to England. It had been predicted to Catherine de Medicis by a soothsayer that all her children were born to become kings. Francis and Charles had successively worn the regal garland of France. Henri was elected king of Poland. What, then, remained to fulfill the augury, but the marriage of Alençon with the Queen of England? From first to last, there was, however, a suspicion that Elizabeth's preference for Leicester was the great obstacle which prevented her from concluding the matrimonial treaty with the young French prince. Mauvissiere ventured to hint as much to the queen during his embassy in 1573. "Tell your master," replied Elizabeth, "that I will never condescend to marry my subject or make him my companion." The court of France, after this right royal declaration, dispatched a special envoy, of high rank, Chateauneuf, to solicit the queen to grant a safe conduct for the royal youth to come and woo her in person, and the young gentleman seconded the request with letters, which, to use Castelnau's expression, might have softened a frozen rock. They only increased the irresolution of Elizabeth. The state of the maiden court during the merry month of May is thus described by the gossiping pen of Gilbert Talbot in a letter to the Earl of Shrewsbury, his father. It appears anything but a pleasing picture of the jealousies, intrigues, and malignant spirit of scandal then subsisting among the gorgeous dames and statesmen, young and old, by whom the last of the Tudor monarchs was surrounded. My lord of Leicester is very much with her majesty, and she shows him the same great good affection she was wont. Of late he has endeavoured to please her more than heretofore. There are two sisters now in the court that are very far in love with him, as they have long been, my lady Sheffield and Frances Howard. They, striving who shall love him the best, are at great wars with each other, and the queen thinketh not well of them, and not the better of him. For this reason there are spies over him. My lord of Oxford is lately grown into great credit, for the queen's majesty delighteth more in his person, his dancing, and his valiantness than any other. I think the Earl of Sussex doth back him all he can, and were it not for his, Oxford's, fickle head, he would pass all of them shortly. My lady Burleigh has declared herself, as it were, jealous. My lady Burleigh's daughter had married Oxford, who used her cruelly. She was, probably, jealous of the queen's coquetries with her daughter's husband. The queen has not been a little offended with her, but now she is reconciled. At all these love matters, my lord treasurer Burleigh winketh, and will not meddle any way. Sir Christopher Hatton, vice-chamberlain, pursues young Talbot, is sick still. It is thought he will hardly recover his disease. The queen goeth almost every day to see how he doth. Now there are devices, chiefly by Leicester, to make Mr. Edward Dyer as great as ever was Hatton. For now, in this time of Hatton's sickness, the time is convenient. Dyer was lately sick of a consumption, in great danger, and, as your lordship knows, has been in disgrace this 2 years. The queen has made to believe that his sickness came because of her displeasure towards him, so that unless she would forgive him, he was not like to recover, and hereupon her majesty has forgiven him, and sent unto him a very comfortable message. Now he has recovered again, and this is the beginning of the device. These things I hear of such young fellows as myself. We are told by Howes, in his edition of Stowe, that in the 15th year of Elizabeth's reign, Edward Vere, Earl of Oxford, presented her with a pair of gloves ornamented with 4 tufts of rose-coloured silk, and so deliciously scented that she called it the Earl of Oxford's perfume, and when she sat for her portrait invariably wore those favourite ornaments. This weak-minded young peer, presuming on the favour of the queen and his all-powerful position as the son-in-law of Burleigh, grossly insulted the accomplished Sir Philip Sidney before the French ambassador in the tennis court by calling him a puppy. Sir Philip retorted with cutting scorn, "That all the world knew that dogs were the parents of puppies," and added his defiance. Oxford had no inclination to measure swords with the gallant Sidney, and the Privy Council interfered to prevent the encounter, but, as Sidney insisted on an apology or personal satisfaction, her majesty was entreated to interpose. Elizabeth sent for Sir Philip and told him that there was a great difference in degree between earls and private gentlemen, and that princes were bound to support the nobility, and to insist on their being treated with proper respect. Sir Philip replied with a noble spirit of independence, "That place was never intended to privilege wrong. Witness herself, who, sovereign though she were, must be content to govern by the laws." In respect to his adversary's superior station, he besought her majesty to remember that, although the earl were a great lord, yet he was no lord over him, and that the difference of degrees between free men entitled him of the highest rank to no other homage than precedency. He then reminded her of her father's policy in giving the gentry free and safe appeal to the throne against the oppression of the grandees, finding it wisdom, by the stronger combination of numbers, to keep down the greater in power. Elizabeth testified no displeasure at the boldness of her intrepid young courtier, yet he soon after retired into the country, where he employed his leisure in the composition of his elegant romance, the Arcadia. Elizabeth left Greenwich on the 14th of July for her summer progress into Kent. Her first visit was to Archbishop Parker, at Croydon, where she spent a week, and then proceeding to Orpington, the seat of Sir Percival Hart. She was welcomed at this mansion by a nymph, who personated the genius of the house, and was conducted through several chambers, contrived to represent, by scenic effect, the panorama of a sea fight, which, says the quaint topographer, by whom the incident is recorded, so much obliged the eye of this princess with the charms of delight, that, on leaving the house, she bestowed on its master the sobriquet of Bark Hart, in allusion to the barks and ships she had seen in his pageant. After praising the hospitality of the loyal squires of Kent, Elizabeth entered Sussex, and, on the 9th of August, reached the house of Mr. Guildford. The modern tourist will scarcely forbear from smiling at the following marvellous description, from the pen of Burleigh, of the perils of Elizabeth's journey through these counties. The queen had a hard beginning of her progress in the wild of Kent, and lately in some part of Sussex, where surely were more dangerous rocks and valleys, and much worse ground than in the Peak. They were then bending towards the Rye, on the way to Dover, which was to be the next resting place, and where the premier trusted to have amends for their rugged pilgrimage. Either at Mr. Guildford's house, or at Dover, Elizabeth gave audience to La Mothe Fenelon, who presented letters from the King of France, and her former suitor, Henry of Valois, requesting her to grant the latter free passage of the sea, on his voyage to take possession of his kingdom. She replied, that to the persons of the King of Poland and his train in ordinary, and his furniture and effects, she would willingly guarantee her protection, either with or without safe conduct, if the wind threw them on her coast, and that they should be treated as well and honourably as if they had landed on the coast of France, or in his own dominions. But as to his men at arms, she would freely tell him that she would not let them pass. And with a bitter allusion to the affront she had received in the late matrimonial negotiation, she added, that the king and queen mother of France, and even the prince, had undoubtedly had a great inclination for the marriage, but that the Cardinal of Lorraine, for the sake of the Queen of Scots, his niece, had found means to break it, and if he had had sufficient credit to do that, he might have as much in things of less consequence, and would possibly attempt some enterprise in favour of his niece, if so many soldiers were allowed to land in England. La Mothe Fenelon said, Her Majesty must pardon him if he reminded her that it was herself and the people who were about her who had interrupted and prevented her marriage with the King of Poland, and not the Cardinal of Lorraine, who had always acted according to the wishes of their most Christian majesties, and counselled them for the advancement of their honour and power, to which that marriage would have conduced, and also he had hoped much from it for the relief of the Queen of Scotland, both personally and in settling the affairs of her realm. Among the amusing incidents connected with Elizabeth's Kentish progress is the circumstance of the learned and amiable Archbishop Parker considerately sending her premier, Burleigh, sundry tracts and treatises, illustrative of the history and antiquities of the places on the road, that he might be prepared to answer the questions Her Majesty would be sure to ask him, respecting every feature of the country, and as she fancied he was a man possessed of the deepest knowledge and research on all subjects, it would not be desirable for her to find him at a loss on this. My Lord Treasurer appears to have required what the Eton boys term a good deal of cramming on this occasion, for the Archbishop had privately sent him before Lambart's Topographical Discourse of Kent, and now in addition the Antiquitates Britannicae, and the new preface, intended by Lombard to be added to his History of Kent, dedicated to Mr. Thomas Wotton, at whose house Her Majesty intended to halt. Therefore the Archbishop prayed Burleigh not to let him know that he had this preface in his possession. He also sent him a curious history of Dover. Parker had made notes in all these works for Burleigh's better instruction in his duty of antiquarian cicerone to their royal mistress on the progress. To these Burleigh added his own corrections, where his quick eye detected errors or oversights, and sent the treatises back to the Archbishop with his revise. From Dover, the queen proceeded to Canterbury, where she arrived September 3rd. She was met at Folkestone by the Archbishop Parker, Lord Cobham, and a gallant company of the chivalry of the county, who conducted her to the city with great respect. One of her manuscript wardrobe books bears record of the following minor mishap that befell her majesty on that day. At Mr. Hawke's, lost from the Queen's Majesty's hat, one small fish of gold, with a diamond in it, 3rd of September, anno sedecum. It is well known that out of compliment to her royal French suitor, the Duc d'Alençon, Elizabeth cherished the jeweled similitude of a frog in her bosom, in the form of a brooch, but whether this petit poisson of gold with which she adorned her hat was emblematic of any of her numerous train of lovers, we presume not to decide. Elizabeth was lodged in the ancient episcopal palace of St. Augustine, where she and all her ladies, officers of state, and the members of her council, were entertained at the sole expense of the archbishop. While there, a new envoy from the court of France, Gondy, Count de Retz, arrived, for the purpose of informing her majesty that her juvenile suitor, Alençon, was attacked with the measles, which illness, his royal mamma afterwards declared, had obliterated the traces of the smallpox from his countenance. De Retz, though a Catholic, accompanied the queen to hear the service of the Church of England in the cathedral, and was so enraptured with the music that, forgetful of time and place, he exclaimed aloud, "O God, I think no prince in Europe, not even our Holy Father the Pope, ever heard the like!" Unfortunately, this enthusiastic sally of the musical ambassador struck a discordant chord on the ear of the student standing near, who fiercely rejoined, "Ha! Do you compare our queen to the knave of Rome, and even prefer him to her?" Our reader will remember that defiances of the Pope were, at that time, even introduced into the versions of David's Psalms, as in the following specimen of Robin Wisdom's paraphrases. Defend us, Lord, by thy dear word, from Pope and Turk defend us, Lord. But Marshal de Retz, not being fully aware of the state of excited zeal which then pervaded Protestant England, took great umbrage at the incivility of the remark, and complained to some of her majesty's councillors who were present. These made light of it, entreating him to take it patiently, for the boys, said they, do call him so, and the Roman Antichrist too. He departed with a sad countenance, says Bishop Parkhurst, by whom this characteristic trait of the spirit of the 16th century is related. Notwithstanding the affront he had received in the cathedral, the ambassador dined at the archbishop's palace with the queen. After dinner he had much discourse with her on matrimony and politics. The queen's birthday, occurring while she was at Canterbury, was celebrated with the greatest festivity by Parker, who gave a magnificent banquet on that occasion to her majesty, her court and council. The archbishop feasted them in his great hall, which had been newly repaired and decorated for the occasion. Her highness was seated in the midst, in a marble chair, covered with cloth of gold, having 2 French ambassadors at one end of the table, and 4 ladies of honour at the other end. The queen was served by none but nobles, even to the washing of her hands, says Parker, her gentlemen and guard bringing her the dishes. So grand an assembly had not been seen since Henry VIII and the Emperor Charles V dined in that hall in the year 1519. Elizabeth was so well pleased with the entertainment she received from the munificent, learned, and hospitable archbishop, that she prolonged her visit at Canterbury a whole fortnight. She went to church every Sunday in state, to hear both sermon and evensong, while she stayed, being conducted under a canopy to her traverse by the communion board, as Parker then termed the altar. Of Elizabeth, it is recorded that she never travelled on a Sunday, but made a point of resting on that day, and attending divine service at the parish church nearest to her lodging. A good and edifying custom, but, unfortunately, her respect for the Sabbath was confined to the act of joining in public worship, for the rest of the day was devoted to sports unmeet for any Christian lady to witness, much less to provide for the amusement of herself and court, But Elizabeth shared in the boisterous glee with which they were greeted by the ruder portion of the spectators. Bear and bull baitings, tilts, tourneys, and wrestling were among the noonday divertisements of the maiden majesty of England. Dancing, music, cards, and pageants brought up the rear of her Sabbath amusements. These follies were justly censured by the more rigid reformers. In the days of Elizabeth, the Harvest Home Festival in Berkshire was still celebrated by the farmers and peasants with rites in honor of Ceres, whose effigy was carried on the top of the last load of corn, a custom derived from the Roman conquerors of the island. On the last day of August, Elizabeth visited Sandwich, where her reception, if less magnificent than in more wealthy towns, was more affectionate and arranged with exquisite taste. All the town was gravelled and strewn with rushes, flowers, flags, and the like, every house painted black and white, and garlanded with vine branches, supported on cords across the streets, interspersed with garlands of choice flowers, forming a bowered arcade for her majesty to pass under to her lodgings, a fine newly built house, adorned with her arms and hung with tapestry. The town orator made her majesty a harangue, which she was graciously pleased to commend, observing, that it was both eloquent and well handled. Then he presented her with a gold cup, worth £100, which she received from the mayor's son. The orator, who was a clergyman, presented the queen also with a Greek Testament, which she received very thankfully, and it is to be noted, that, even in this maritime town, verses were fixed upon every post and corner, the same as at Oxford, and at the entry to her lodgings, all these verses were put in a tablet and hung up. The next day she was entertained with a variety of nautical combats in boats, and the storming of a fort at Stoner, which had been built up for that purpose. The following day, Mrs. Mayoress and her sister, the Durrant's wife, made her majesty a goodly banquet of 150 dishes, in the schoolhouse, and the schoolmaster made her an oration, and presented her a cup of silver gilt, with a cover nearly a cubit high, to whom Elizabeth answered, Gaudeo me in hoc natum esse, ut vobis et ecclesia Dei prosim. And so entered the schoolhouse, where she was very merry, and ate divers dishes, without any essay. That is, she showed her confidence in the affection of her loyal mayoress of Sandwich, by dispensing with the usual ceremony of having the dishes tasted first. So highly did she approve of the cookery withal, that she caused some of the viands to be reserved for her private use, and ordered them to be carried to her lodgings. On the day of her departure, 160 children, English and Dutch, were exalted on a bank, built up of turf, and spun fine baize yarn for the amusement of her majesty, who was always well pleased at exhibitions tending to the encouragement of the industrious classes. The improvement of manufactures and the establishment of crafts, which gave employment and prosperity to the great body of her people, were always leading objects with Elizabeth, and to those ends her progresses conduced. The royal eye, like sunshine, fostered the seeds of useful enterprise, and it was the glory of the last of the Tudors that she manifested a truly maternal interest in beholding them spring up and flourish. At her departure, Mr. Mayor presented a supplication for the haven of Sandwich, which she took and promised herself to read. Burleigh, Leicester, Sussex, and the Lord Admiral also promised their furtherance in the suit, touching the improvement of the haven. Elizabeth visited Rochester on her homeward route towards Greenwich, for the purpose of surveying her dockyards, and the progress of her naval improvements at Chatham. She spent 4 or 5 days at the Crown Inn at Rochester, and attended divine service at the cathedral on the Sunday. She afterwards became the guest of a private gentleman of the name of Watts at Bully Hill, and gave the name of Satis to his mansion, as a gracious intimation that it was all sufficient for her comfort and contentment. End of section 28. Section 29 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VIII, Part 1. Elisabeth's real greatness was as a peace sovereign. She was formed and fitted for domestic government, and her admirable talents for statistics would have established a golden age in England, if she had been contented to employ her energies wholly as a civilizer. Her foreign wars were a series of expensive blunders, injurious to commerce, little conducive to the military glory of the realm, and attended with the sacrifice of the flower of the English chivalry. If she had not interfered in the quarrels between other sovereigns and their subjects, there would have been no necessity for the imposition of repeated property taxes on her own, to defray the expenses of the needless wars in which her crooked policy entangled her, and to pay the pensions of the Scotch patriots, who devoured so large a portion of English gold, and beguiled her into the ungracious office of jailer to their queen, an office which entailed upwards of 18 years of internal discord on her own realm, planted the first thorns in her own diadem, and sullied the brightness of her annals with the stains of indelible blackness. Alas, that the biographer of Elisabeth should be compelled to turn from the lovely picture of an enlightened female sovereign, smiling on the labours of the children of her own subjects, blended with those of the little Flemish refugees in the Sandwich school of industry, to depict her presiding, like Atropos, over racks and gibbets, and all the horrible panoply of religious and political tyranny. Soon after Elisabeth's return from her Kentish progress, the following strange circumstance occurred. A crazy fanatic, named Peter Burchett, having persuaded himself, by the misapplication of certain scripture texts, that it was lawful to kill all who opposed the gospel, that is to say, those who took a different view of church government from the furious sect to which he belonged, wounded the famous naval commander, Hawkins, with his dagger, mistaking him for Sir Christopher Hatton, whom he intended to dispatch as an enemy of the Puritans. The queen was so much incensed at this outrage, that she ordered justice to be done on Burchett in the summary way of martial law, and directed her secretary to bring the commission to her after dinner for her signature. Sussex, her lord chamberlain, wrote in great haste to Burleigh to apprise him of her majesty's intention, and that he and all her lords in waiting were in consternation at the royal mandate. "What will become of this act after dinner?" says he. "Your lordship shall hear tonight." Her prudent counsellors succeeded finally in convincing her majesty that the ceremony of a trial was necessary before an Englishman could be executed for any offence whatsoever. It appears almost incredible that Elisabeth, after reigning 16 years, should require to be enlightened on this point, and to be informed that martial law was only used in times of open rebellion. The terror of the plague was always uppermost in the minds of all persons in the 16th century, at every instance of sudden death. One day in November, 1573, Queen Elizabeth was conversing with her ladies in her privy chamber at Greenwich Palace, when on a sudden the mother of the maids was seized with illness and expired directly in her presence. Queen Elizabeth was so much alarmed at this circumstance that in less than an hour she left her palace at Greenwich and went to Westminster, where she remained. The year 1574 commenced with new efforts on the part of the court of France to conclude the matrimonial treaty between the Duke of Alençon and Elizabeth. Mauvissiere arrived in January to woo the queen in his behalf and to solicit that she would send him a safe conduct to visit her and plead his own cause. In a recently discovered letter from Elizabeth to Dr. Dale on this subject, she exhibits her usual caution and feminine vacillation. She says, "The French ambassador, sithens the return of our servant Randolph, hath sundry times had access unto us, requiring our answer, whether we could allow of the coming over of the Duke of Alençon, upon the view of his portraiture, brought over by our said servant." She goes on to state that she has had sundry conferences with her council, and finds they are of opinion that it might impair the amity between England and France, if, on coming, there should be no liking between her and the duke; that she understood, moreover, that a fresh enterprise against Rochelle was intended, and new jealousy and misliking conceived in her subjects' hearts against the match. That she had represented these things to the French ambassador, but he persisted in urging her to grant a public interview to the prince, which she had declined, for that, pursues her majesty, we can be put in no comfort by those that desire most our marriage, and are well affected to the crown, who have seen the young gentleman, that there will grow any satisfaction of our persons. And therefore you may say, that if it were not to satisfy the earnest request of our good brother the king, and the queen, his mother, whose honourable dealing towards us, as well in seeking us himself, as in offering unto us both, his brethren, we cannot but esteem as an infallible argument of their great good wills towards us. We could in no case be induced to allow of his coming neither publicly nor privately, for that we fear, notwithstanding the great protestations he and his mother make to the contrary, that if, upon the interview, satisfaction follow not, there is likely to ensue, instead of straighter amity, disdain and unkindness. Her majesty, however, goes on to say, that if none of these doubts that she had suggested will deter Monsieur le Duc from coming over in some sort of disguise, then Dale is to tell the king from her, that she wishes that the gentleman in whose company he may come over, as one of his followers, may not be a person of such high rank as the Duc de Montmorency, nor accompanied with any great train. For, pursues she, if there follow no liking between us, after a view taken the one of the other, the more secretly it be handled, the least touch will it be to our honours. Elisabeth concludes this amusing piece of diplomatic coquetry with a really kind request, to be preferred in her name to the King of France and Queen Mother, in behalf of a noble Protestant lady, a daughter of the Duc de Montpensier, then an exile for conscience sake in Germany, that she may enjoy the benefit of the late edict. The last paragraph does Elisabeth honour. That you shall therefore say unto Queen Mother from us, that we desire her to join you in the furtherance of this suit to the king her son, our good brother, who we hope, as well as for our sakes, as that the gentlewoman is so near of blood unto her children, and that it is a natural virtue, incident to our sex, to be pitiful of those that are afflicted, will so tender her case, as by her good means, the gentlewoman shall be relieved, and we gratified, which we shall be ready to requite, as the occasion serve us. The plan suggested by Elisabeth for obtaining a private view of Alençon did not suit the policy of the royal family of France, whose object it was to induce her to commit herself irrevocably in the negotiation. Charles IX offered to come to the opposite coast of Picardy, ostensibly for the benefit of his health, bringing his brother in his train, whom he would send over as a wooer in grand state to Dover, whither Queen Elizabeth should come to meet him. This plan Elizabeth affectedly declined as too decided a step towards a suitor to be taken by a maid. The truth was, she meant to receive personally all the homage and flatteries of a new lover, without in any way committing herself in public opinion. To this end she proposed that Alençon should slip over from the coast of Picardy to Lord Cobham's seat, near Gravesend, from whence he was to take barge privately, and land at the water stairs of Greenwich Palace, where she would be ready to welcome him, with all the delights her private household could afford. This fine scheme was cut short by the discovery of a political conspiracy, of which the hopeful youth Alençon was found to be the head. The quartan ague of Charles IX was, in reality, a fatal consumption, and all his people perceived that he was dropping into the grave. Alençon, seeing that the next heir, his brother Henry, King of Poland, was absent, began to intrigue with the Protestant leaders to be placed on the throne of France, which plot being discovered by his mother, he, with Henry King of Navarre, were committed prisoners to the castle of Vincennes. Alençon basely betrayed his allies, La Mole and Corconis, and the whole Protestant interest, to make peace with his own family. Some suspicion existed that Queen Elizabeth herself was at the bottom of the plot. However this might be, its discovery entirely broke off the marriage treaty between the mature queen and the ill-conditioned imp Alençon, for Catherine de Medici asked La Mothe to ask Elizabeth whether she had received so ill an impression of her son that she would not go on with the marriage treaty? To which Elizabeth replied, "I cannot be so ungrateful as to think ill of a prince who thinks so well of me, but I must tell you decisively that I will not take a husband with irons on his feet." He was released on this hint, and used by Elizabeth as a ready tool for embarrassing the government of his brother, as the head of a middle party. One of those dialogues, often narrated in ambassadors' dispatches at that era, took place between the Virgin Queen and La Mothe after the death of Charles IX. The affairs of the new king, Henry III., then absent in Poland, were in an awkward predicament, and his faithful ambassador, fearful lest her Majesty of England might retain some spiteful remembrances of the uncivil mode in which Henry had, when Duke of Anjou, broke off his marriage with her, ventured to deprecate her wrath by saying, that "a cloud had a little passed between his new sovereign and her, which he hoped would not cast any blight on their alliance." The queen, who wore mourning for her good brother Charles IX., and had only composed her face very strongly to grief and dolour, but had let a tear fall on her black dress, answered this speech by throwing out a hint, that another marriage proposal from him was not altogether unexpected by her courtiers. "The cloud you speak of," she said to the ambassador, "has wholly passed by, and many other things have intervened, which have made me forget all the past. Indeed, it was but yesterday that one of my people observed to me, that I had made a difficulty of espousing Henry, because he was not a king. He was at present doubly king, therefore I ought to be content. I replied," continued Queen Elizabeth, "that Henry III had always been right royal, but that a matter more high than crowns had parted us, even religion, which had often made crowned heads renounce the world altogether, in order to follow God, that neither I nor the king ought to repine at what they had done." This would have been a most respectable version of the affair if it had been true, but, of course, no one disputed the turn the queen chose to give to the rupture of this absurd marriage treaty, which, notwithstanding all she said regarding religion, she was desirous of renewing. Whether from a spirit of mischief, or from a downright blundering vent of tact inexcusable in a queen, who intermeddles so restlessly in public affairs, Catherine de Medicis wrote to Queen Elizabeth a letter of apology for her son's former rudeness, and this forced the English queen to remember most unwillingly all impertinences past, which she had very prudently forgotten. The discussion of this malapropos apology occurred in July 1574 at a state audience, when the French ambassador delivered to the maiden majesty of England the first credentials addressed to her by Henry III as King of France. Her demeanour, when she took the packet, was a part got up with her usual study of stage effect. First, on opening it, she threw her eyes on the signature and heaved an audible sigh at finding Charles no longer. She then observed very graciously, "that it was now a Henry that she found there," and she read at length, very curiously, the said letter. What she found therein is not stated, but her comments on its contents were original enough. She was not, she said, exactly a lioness, yet she allowed she had the temperament, and was the issue of a lion, and that accordingly as the King of France behaved placably to her, so he should find her soft and tractable, as he could desire, but if he were rough, she should take the trouble to be as rude and offensive as possible. This prelude was a little ominous, and Elizabeth began to give angry hints of a circumstance which would probably interrupt the harmony between the two kingdoms. So saying, she put into the ambassador's hands the letter she had lately received from Queen Catherine, and desired him to read it through. He declared he was thoroughly aghast, and unable to guess what was coming. However, he began to read, skipping over the ciphered portion, and read on till he came to the paragraph, wherein Catherine apologized for her son's giddiness, in having miscalled her English majesty, and hoped that she would not bear any enmity to him on that account. The ambassador declared that he stopped short and looked at Queen Elizabeth, but he saw she had not got her speech ready, and she bade him go on and finish the letter. At the end, the execution of the Count de Montgomery, the Huguenot leader, was announced to Elizabeth, a circumstance likely to enrage her, since she had long harboured him among the Channel Islands, whence he had invaded France repeatedly. Elizabeth took no notice of the catastrophe of her protégé, but commented on the apology offered by Catherine de Medicis by saying, that if Henry III had miscalled her, she either did not know or had forgotten it. Not that she had been well treated in the marriage proposal, for when all was agreed upon, and she had arranged that he was to have the exercise of his religion in private, and she had sent a counsellor to signify her compliance, it was found that Henry had taken a directly contrary resolution. And though she could not justly blame him for having averted a marriage with an old woman, yet she must once again repeat that her good affection and kind intentions deserved a more civil return. The poor ambassador could only remind her, by way of reply, that all the impediments had proceeded from herself, and that if she had been willing, his king had now been all her own. This compliment was graciously taken, and La Mothe felt assured, as he expressly sent word to France, the Queen of England's end in the whole conversation was to induce a new proposal from the bachelor king of France, which would now certainly meet with a more prosperous conclusion. Elizabeth finished the discussion by calling Leicester. He came and knelt before her, and soon after she rose and withdrew. Her expectation of a new offer from Henry III was useless. That monarch had fallen in love on his homeward journey from Poland with Louise of Lorraine, a pretty but portionless princess of his own age, and he married her at his coronation in the ensuing February, to the infinite indignation of Elizabeth, which she displayed by a series of bickerings with the French court. Before the end of the year, she flamed out into open anger, on a provocation which it little suited her dignity to notice. Lord North, the ambassador whom she had sent to congratulate Henry III on his accession, had transmitted home a series of reports which particularly enraged her, affirming that she had been ridiculed by the buffoons of the French court at the instigation of the Duke of Guise, the relative of Louise of Lorraine, aided by the Queen Mother, Catherine. They had, he declared, moreover, dressed up a buffoon in the English fashion, and called him in derision a milor of the North, but in reality the buffoon represented King Henry VIII. Queen Elizabeth repeated all these stories to that flower of polities and conciliating compliment, La Mothe, before her whole court, to the great consternation of the poor ambassador, who says, she raised her voice in a great choler, and told me so loud, that all her ladies and officers could hear her discourse, adding with very gross words, that the Queen Mother should not have spoken so dishonourably and in derision of so illustrious a prince as her late father King Henry, and that the said Lord North ought to have told those who were mimicking him, how the tailors of France might easily remember the fashion of the habiliments of this great king, since he had crossed the sea more than once with warlike ensigns displayed, and had some concern with the people there. He had, she meant to insinuate, taken Terouanne and Boulogne by storm. The ambassador declared, he would maintain to the last sigh of his life, that my Lord North had neither seen nor heard any of the kind, for the Queen Mother was far too courteous and well-behaved a princess, and the Duke of Guise too finished a chevalier to say, or cause to be said, anything which reflected on the Queen of England, the dignity of her crown, or the honour of the late King Henry, her father. That my Lord North had misunderstood the whole, and was, consequently, a bad negotiator between princes. This Brûlé had nearly occasioned a declaration of war between England and France, for La Mothe affirmed, that her words were so high, that if the affairs of his master had permitted it, he would have defied her to war, and returned home instantly. But all Lord North's budget was not communicated to him at once, for in a subsequent private interview, Elizabeth told La Mothe how she had heard that two female dwarfs had been dressed up in the chamber of Catherine de Medicis, and that the queen and her maids had excited them to mimic her (Queen Elizabeth), and ever and anon thrown in injurious words to prompt the vile little buffoons to a vein of greater derision and mockery. La Mothe in reply assured her, that to his certain knowledge the queen mother of France had been unwearied in praising her English majesty's beauty and good qualities to her son, the king of France, when he was Duke of Anjou, and her suitor, and he roundly laid the whole on Milor North's utter ignorance of the French language, which had caused him to mistake the whole tenor of what he described. This apology had so good an effect on Queen Elizabeth, that she forthwith desired to be excused, if, out of ignorance of the French language, she herself had made use of any unbecoming phrases regarding Catherine de Medicis. The tribulation of the tormented ambassador, when describing these embarrassing scenes with the offended majesty of England, is irresistibly diverting. He slyly remarks, however, that it was not the mockery of her father, first mentioned, but of herself, which really laid boiling and swelling at the bottom of her heart. Several interviews took place before the adroit Frenchman succeeded in flattering Elizabeth into a placable humour again. This year, Elizabeth visited the Archbishop of Canterbury at his summer palace at Croydon. The learned primate, his comptroller, secretaries, and chamberers were at their wits' end, where and how to find sleeping accommodation for her majesty and her numerous train of ladies and officers of state on this occasion. There is a pitiful note, signed by J. Boyer, appended to the list of these illustrious guests, for whom suitable dormitories could not be assigned, in which he says, "For the queen's waiters, I cannot find any convenient rooms to place them in, but I will do the best I can to place them elsewhere. But if it will please you, sir, that I do remove them, the grooms of the privy chamber, nor Mr. Drury, I have no other way to their chambers, but to pass through that where my lady Oxford should come. I cannot then tell where to place Mr. Hatton, and for my lady Carew there is no place with a chimney for her, but that she must lay abroad with Mrs. A. Perry and the rest of the privy chamber. For Mrs. Shelton there are no rooms with a chimney. I shall stay one chamber without for her. Here is as much as I am able to do in this house." From Croydon. Elizabeth and her court went in progress to Worcester, August 18, 1574, and remained till the 20th. While there, she made a grant of free bench to the widows of the city, by which they were empowered to a life interest in the property of their deceased husbands, in defiance of creditors or any other claimants. On the day of her arrival, after listening very graciously to the welcome of Mr. Bell, the town orator, she checked her horse opposite to St. Nicholas's church, to look at the structure, on which her loyal lieges shouted, "God save your grace!" And she, throwing up her cap, with a heartiness that did her honour, responded, "And I say, God bless you all, my good people." From Worcester she proceeded to Bristol, where she was entertained with pageants of a martial and allegorical character, and inspired a great deal of adulatory poetry. On her way from Bristol, she honoured Catherine Parr's nephew, Henry Earl of Pembroke, with a visit, and was magnificently entertained by him and his countess, the learned and amiable sister of Sir Philip Sidney, for several days at Wilton House. While there, she hunted the deer in Clarendon Park with greyhounds. The same year, a private marriage was made between Lord Charles Lennox and the daughter of the Countess of Shrewsbury. As the bridegroom stood next to his mother, after Mary Stuart and her son, in the natural order of the regal succession, Elizabeth was much offended at his presuming to marry, and, as a token of her displeasure, committed both the intriguing mothers, the Countess of Lennox and her of Shrewsbury, to prison. They made their peace by laying the blame of what had happened on the captive Queen of Scots. Even Burleigh came in for a share of the irritation of temper which the jealousy of Elizabeth's disposition induced at this crisis. He had been to Buxton, which had just become a fashionable place of resort for gouty and rheumatic sufferers, the Queen of Scots having derived some benefit from her visits to that place. Elizabeth took great offence at her premier choosing to resort to the same place, although his maladies were of the kind for which its waters were esteemed so efficacious. He writes in a pitiful strain to the Earl of Shrewsbury of the ranting he had received for this offence. Her majesty did conceive that my being there was by means of your lordship and Lady Shrewsbury, to enter into intelligence with the Queen of Scots, and at my return to her majesty's Elisabeth's presence, I had very sharp reproofs for my going to Buxton, with plain charging me for favouring the Queen of Scots, and that in so earnest a sort as I never looked for, knowing my integrity to her majesty. Thus all in turn drank of the poisoned chalice their own injustice had brewed, and the captive was scarcely more wretched than mutual doubts and recriminating suspicions made the powerful sovereign, her prime minister, and the great noble who played the jailer to the oppressed lady. In the midst of all these heart-burnings, one Corker, a malcontent chaplain belonging to the Lord Shrewsbury, ran away to court, and repeated, with many additions of his own, all the endeats he had gathered at Sheffield Castle regarding Queen Elizabeth, to her great indignation. In the correspondence and controversy concerning these grievances, an anecdote presents itself, which is illustrative of Elizabeth's character. It is related by Shrewsbury to Walsingham, in the course of his explanations, touching that viper Corker. It pleases the Queen's Majesty, Elizabeth, to send me word that she did not condemn me for anything, saving for certain conversations her Highness had vouchsafed unto me, which I had disclosed to him. The truth is, it pleased her Majesty once, upon some occasion, to tell me how wonderfully God had preserved her from her enemies. Once on a time, having noticed a man who had undertaken to execute mischief to her sacred person, his stature and some scars of his face being described to her, she happened, as she was in progress, amongst a multitude of others, to discover that man. Yet not being alarmed at the view of him, she called my lord of Leicester, and showed that man to him. He was apprehended, and found to be the same. Now this wicked serpent, Corker, added, that after relating this incident, I should infer and say, that her majesty thought herself a goddess, that could not be touched by the hand of man. Whereas I never uttered such a thing, neither a whit more than her majesty's own sacred mouth pronounced to me, the which I uttered to him, as a proof of God's merciful providence over her, and that false addition proceeded only out of his most wicked head and perilous invention, and yet this did so sink into her majesty's conceit against me, as I verily think it hath been the cause of her indignation. But I humbly beseech her majesty to behold me with the sweet eyes of her compassion, that I may ever prove myself clear and guiltless, or else be forever rejected as a castaway. The commencement of the year 1575 found Elizabeth in a high good humour. She received the congratulations and compliments of Monsieur de la Mothe on the New Year's Day very graciously, attributing the recent misunderstanding with the royal family of France to the mistakes caused by Lord North's ignorance of the French language. She was pleased to add, that the trouble in which his excellency had remained since their last conference recalled to her mind the distress in which she herself was plunged when the late queen, her sister, in consequence of some misconceived words regarding her, had caused her to be examined in the Tower. Elizabeth was certainly fond of recurring to that epoch of her life, but her allusions, as in the above instance, rather tend to mystify than elucidate the true cause of her imprisonment. The ambassador, perceiving that this confidential remark was intended as an extension of the olive branch, adroitly took the opportunity of presenting to Elizabeth, as a New Year's gift from the Queen of Scots, a very elegant headdress of network, wrought by her own hand very delicately, likewise the collar, cuffs, and other pieces en suite, all which Queen Elizabeth received amicably, and admired exceedingly. In the course of the spring, La Mothe brought her another gift of 3 nightcaps, worked by the hands of her prisoner, but a demur took place regarding the nightcaps, and they were for a time left on the hands of the ambassador, for Elizabeth declared that great commotions and jealousies had taken place in the Privy Council because she had accepted the gifts of the Queen of Scots. Finally she accepted the nightcaps, with this characteristic speech to La Mothe. Tell the Queen of Scots that I am older than she is, and when people arrive at my age, they take all they can get with both hands, and only give with their little finger." On this maxim, though jocosely expressed, Elizabeth seems to have acted all her life. Her Majesty incurred some personal danger, in consequence of a visit she paid to the Countess of Pembroke, who was dangerously ill this winter. The Queen went by silent highway of the Thames to the Earl of Pembroke's house in the Strand. The last time it was 10 at night ere the royal guests departed, and that in so dense a fog that divers of the boats and barges of the royal cortege lost their way, and landed at wrong places. Section 29. Section 30 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VIII, Part 2. When Queen Elizabeth heard of the marriage of Henry III with Louise of Lorraine, a revival of her anger regarding the affair of the two dwarfs took place, and the unfortunate French ambassador was forced to go over all the explanations, excuses, and compliments with which he had been sorely troubled in the preceding autumn. At last she forced an autograph letter on this ridiculous subject from Henry III, and then she condescended to observe that, as to the two dwarfs, she allowed the affair had been ill interpreted by Lord North. Indeed, she had since been told that they were very pretty ones, and very properly dressed, and she should like of all things to see them, and if the Queen Mother would send her one of them as a present, she should receive it as a great kindness. How she would have welcomed and treated the pert pygmy, who was suspected of mimicking her dress and manners, is a point that cannot be ascertained, for Catherine sent her no such present, and it is probable she spoke but in mockery, being secretly in a bitter rage at certain intelligence which had reached her of the royal nuptials in France. Henry III had fully determined that Elizabeth should have no official intimation of his nuptials till they had taken place, perhaps on account of the indefatigable activity with which she marred all matches within the reach of her influence. La Mothe Fenelon was troubled in spirit how the tidings were to be broken to her, for she was prepared to resent as a high affront the silence of the royal family of France on the subject. "Sire," wrote La Mothe, "in order that the Queen of England might not guess that you would not communicate the tidings of your marriage till after the event, I declared it was not your fault, neither that of the Queen your mother, but I laid it all on the laziness of the couriers. It was all," he added, "done in haste, and at the instigation of the Queen your mother, to whose better judgment you had submitted your will, having previously known the Princess of Lorraine, and that both you and the Queen Mother had carefully contemplated at leisure her person, and the fine and excellent qualities with which God had endowed her, all which you preferred to any other kind of advantage in marriage, and that you hoped her Majesty of England would, according to the devoir of a good and faithful ally, rejoice with you." Queen Elizabeth interrupted a panegyric on the houses of Guise and Lorraine, to which the new queen belonged, by suddenly observing, that for many days, and much sooner than the ambassador, she had heard all about the wedding, likewise many comments that people made on the match. Some of these were very curious, as to what had moved the Queen Mother to procure for herself such a daughter-in-law. Others talked very loudly of the favour this new queen meant to ask of her husband, which was to make an enterprise for the liberation of the Queen of Scots, her relative. And notwithstanding all the perfections of the newly married queen, she could not help wishing that the King of France had made his election in some other family than that inimical house of Guise, which had always made war on her and molested her. And, moreover, she knew well this wedlock formed one of the secret articles of Cardinal de Lorraine's will, and as the King of France had not considered her satisfaction in the alliances he made, neither should she consider his interest in a like case. The French ambassador replied, that he was sure nothing had moved his royal master to the marriage excepting the instances of his mother, and the contemplation of so beautiful and desirable an object as the queen, now his bride; that a king of France was great enough to marry, without going questing all over the world to make an interested match; and as for alliances, that of the triple house of Lorraine, Guise, and Vaudemont strengthened him in his state more than any he could make. As for all the intelligence she had heard, it came from those who, being bad Frenchmen, could never become good or true Englishmen. Elisabeth, who seldom sustained a high tone, if answered with spirit, assured the ambassador she had heard her tidings from Spaniards, and she closed the conversation by apologizing, provokingly, for the thanksgivings the French Protestants had presumed to put up in their church in London for the signal defeat Marshal de Domville, the Huguenot leader, had given the new king of France in Languedoc, the royal army having been cut to pieces, and all the artillery in that province taken, but she had given them no leave to rejoice, and, if they did it again, she would drive them all out. And, with this gracious intimation, the conference closed. On the 8th of February, Parliament met, and another tremendous property tax was imposed on the people, although it was a year of dearth. Elisabeth composed a long classical and metaphorical speech, or rather essay, on the difficulties of her position as a female sovereign, to be delivered from the throne at the opening of the sessions. But she did not open the House in person, and some doubts had been entertained whether this singular composition was used. She sent a copy of it to her godson, Harrington, with this interesting note addressed to himself: "Boy Jack, I have made a clerk write fair my poor words for thine use, as it cannot be such striplings have entrance into Parliament as yet. Ponder them in thy hours of leisure, and play with them, till they enter thine understanding, so shalt thou hereafter perchance find some good fruits thereof, when thy godmother is out of remembrance. And I do this because thy father was ready to serve and love us in trouble and thrall." Harrington's delightful letters are full of characteristic records of his royal godmother, whom he dearly loves, although he cannot resist relating many whimsical traits, both of her violence, cunning, and vanity, interspersed with many encomiums on her virtues, with now and then, "like angel visits, few and far between," a fact illustrative of noble feeling. "Her Highness," says he, "was wont to soothe her ruffled temper with reading every morning, when she had been stirred to passion at the council, or other matters had overthrown her gracious disposition. She did much admire Seneca's wholesome advisings when the soul's quiet is flown away, and I saw much of her translating thereof. Her wisest men and best counselors were oft sore troubled to know her will in matters of state, so covertly did she pass her judgment, as seemed to leave all to their discreet management, and when the business did turn to better advantage, she did most cunningly commit the good issue to her own honor and understanding. But when aught fell out contrary to her will and intent, the council were in great strait to defend their own acting, and not blemish the queen's good judgment. Herein her wise men did oft lack more wisdom, and the Lord Treasurer, Burleigh, would oft shed a plenty of tears on any miscarriage, well knowing the difficult part was not so much to mend the matter itself as his mistress's humour, and yet did he most share her favour and goodwill, and to his opinion she would ofttimes submit her own pleasure in great matters. She did keep him till late at night in discoursing alone, and then call out another at his departure, and try the depth of all around her some time. Walsingham had his turn, and each displayed his wit in private. On the morrow every one did come forth in her presence, and discourse at large, and if any dissembled with her, or stood not well to her advisings before, she did not let it go unheeded, and sometimes not unpunished. Sir Christopher Hatton was wont to say, "The queen did fish for men's souls, and had so sweet a bait, that no one could escape her net work." In truth, I am sure her speech was as such as none could refuse to take delight in, when frowardness did not stand in the way. I have seen her smile, in sooth, with great semblance of good liking to all around, and cause every one to open his most inward thought to her, when on a sudden she would ponder in private on what had passed, write down all their opinions, and draw them out as occasion required, and sometime disprove to their faces what had been delivered a month before. Hence she knew every one's part, and by thus fishing, as Hatton said, she caught many poor fish who little know what snare was laid for them. I will now tell you more of her Majesty's discretion and wonder working to those about her, touching their minds and opinions. She did often ask the ladies around her chamber, if they loved to think of marriage? And the wise ones did conceal well their liking thereto, knowing the Queen's judgment in this matter. Sir Matthew Arundel's fair cousin, not knowing so deeply as her fellows, was asked one day hereof, and simply said, she had thought much about marriage, if her father did consent to the man she loved. You seem honest in faith, said the Queen. I will sue for you to your father, at which the damsel was well pleased, and when her father, Sir Robert Arundel, came to court, the Queen questioned him about his daughter's marriage, and pressed him to give consent, if the match were discreet. Sir Robert, much astonished, said, he had never heard his daughter had liking to any man, but he would give free consent to what was most pleasing to her Highness's will and advice. Then I will do the rest, saith the Queen. The lady was called in, and told by the Queen, that her father had given his free consent. Then, replied the simple girl, I shall be happy and please your grace. So thou shalt, but not to be a fool and marry, said the Queen. I have his consent given to me, and I vow thou shalt never get it in thy possession. So go to thy business. I see thou art a bold one, to own thy foolishness so readily. Harrington studied the science of courtier craft very deeply, and has left the following amusing note on the method in which it was most expedient to prefer a petition to Queen Elizabeth. I must go in an early hour, before her Highness hath special matters brought to council on. I must go before the breakfasting covers are placed, and stand uncovered as her Highness cometh forth her chamber, then kneel and say, God save your Majesty, I crave your ear at what hour may suit for your servant to meet your blessed countenance. Thus I gain her favour to the auditory. Trust not a friend to do or say, in that yourself can sue or pray. Elizabeth was not always in the humour to receive petitions even from those who enjoyed her confidence and favour in the highest degree. The Queen, notes Harrington, seemed troubled today. Hatton came out of her presence with an ill countenance. He pulled me aside by the girdle and said, in secret way, if you have any suit today, I pray you put it aside. The sun doth not shine. 'Tis this cursed Spanish business, so I will not venture her Highness's choler, lest she should choler me also, remarks our witty author, which gives shrewd confirmation to the tale that Elizabeth, in a fit of ungovernable passion, once collared Sir Christopher Hatton. We trust it was before his elevation to the woolsack. The vice-chamberlain to a maiden monarch might receive a personal indignity from his royal mistress with some degree of humility, but a Lord Chancellor could not, for the honour of his office as the highest law officer in England, have submitted tamely to such an outrage from any sovereign whatsoever. Elizabeth was undoubtedly a very excitable person, and allowed her animal spirits to betray her into many undignified deeds, both in the way of wrath and levity. The Queen, observes Harrington in another note, loveth to see me in my last frisee jerkin, and saith, "'Tis well enough cut." I will have another maid likened to it. I do remember she spat on Sir Matthew's fringed cloth, and said, "The fool's wit was gone to rags." Heaven spare me from such gibing. On Sunday, April last, pursues our courtly gossip, my Lord of London preached to the Queen's Majesty, and seemed to touch on the vanity of decking the body too finely. Her Majesty told the ladies, that if the bishop held more discourse on such matters, she would fit him for heaven, but he should walk thither without a staff, and leave his mantle behind him. Perchance the bishop hath never sought or seen her Highness's wardrobe, or he would have chosen another text, shrewdly observes Harrington, by way of comment on this characteristic anecdote of his royal godmother. The general style of Elizabeth's dress and ornaments may be ascertained by the New Year's gifts presented to her, as recorded in her elaborate wardrobe rolls. Every imaginable article of dress and ornament were brought by her courtiers and the persons of her household. All met with acceptance, from the richest jewels to such articles as gloves, pocket handkerchiefs, night rails or night dresses, and night caps. Of the last article of attire, the following description remains. Mrs. Cropson's gift was a night coif of cambric, cut work and spangles, with forehead cloth and a night border of cut work, edged with bone lace. Another present, offered by the wife of Giulio, one of the court physicians, was a cushion cloth and a pillow-case of cambric, wrought with black silk. In the middle of Elizabeth's reign, the favourite embroidery appears to have been of black silk on white cambric, a strange freak of fashion, since it is difficult to imagine how the whiteness of the cambric could be renewed without ruining the work. Mistress Twist, court laundress, made a singular present to her royal mistress, being 3 handkerchiefs, of black Spanish work, edged with a bone lace of Venice gold, and 4 tooth cloths of coarse Holland, wrought with black silk, and edged with bone lace, of silver and black silk. A present from Mrs. Amy Shelton, a kinswoman on the Boleyn side of royalty, consisted of 6 handkerchiefs of cambric, edged with passament of gold and silver. Mrs. Montague, the silk woman, brought a pair of sleeves, of cambric wrought with roses and buds of black silk. Mrs. Huggins, 6 handkerchiefs of various sorts, one worked with murrey-coloured silk, the others with silk of various colours. Sir Philip Sidney, that darling of chivalry, presented to his liege lady a smock of cambric, the sleeves and collar wrought with black silk work, and edged with a small bone lace of gold and silver, and a suite of ruffs of cut work, flourished with gold and silver, and set with spangles, containing 4 ounces of gold. This garment seems to have been, in reality, a species of gown, shaped like the ancient Saxon tunic, worn still by waggoners and Kentish peasants, called a smock frock. Sir Philip's friend, Fulk Grenville, presented the queen with another of these robes, being a smock made of cambric, wrought about the collar and sleeves with Spanish work of roses and letters, and a night coif with a forehead cloth of the same work. Probably this was meant altogether as a night dress en suite. But the gift of Sir Philip Sidney, with its spangles and ruffs, and heavy gold and silver work, could scarcely have belonged to the queen's toilette à cocher. Mrs. Wingfield presented a night rail of cambric, worked all over with black silk, and Mrs. Kerr, 1 sheet of fine cambric, worked all over with sundry fowls, beasts, and worms, in silks of divers colours. The queen's physicians brought offerings somewhat assimilating to their vocations. Dr. Hewick presented a pot of green preserved ginger and orange flowers, Giulio the same. Dr. Bailey, a pot of green ginger with rinds of lemons. The royal cook, John Smithson, brought a gift to the queen, a fair March pane, with Sir George in the midst, and the sergeant of the pastry, 1 fair pie of quinces, oranged. There are in the same rolls several entries, from noblemen and clergymen of rank, of £10 in gold coin, and no offence taken by the Virgin Queen at this pecuniary donation. The history of royal costume, when interspersed with characteristic traits of the times, in which the antique fashions, which now survive only on the pictured canvas, or illuminated vellum, were worn, has been of late so popular a study with the ladies, that for the sake of that gentle portion of the readers of the Lives of the Queens of England, a few more extracts from the wardrobe memoriams of Queen Elizabeth may, perhaps, be ventured without fear of displeasing antiquarian students, since the source whence they are derived is only accessible through the courtesy of the learned possessor of the manuscript. Lost from Her Majesty's back, the 14th of May, Anno Vigente Unum. 1 small acorn, and 1 oaken leaf of gold, at Westminster. Lost by Her Majesty in May, Anno Vigente Tres. 2 buttons of gold, like tortoises, with pearls in them, and 1 pearl more, lost at the same time, like a tortoise. Lost at Richmond, the 12th of February, from Her Majesty's back, wearing the gown of purple cloth of silver, one great diamond out of a clasp of gold, given by the Earl of Leicester, parcel of the same gown. 17. Anno vigente quinque. The course of chronology is a little antedated by the quotation of the last items, but not perhaps in vain, as the reader will be able to form, meanwhile, a more lively idea of the stately Elizabeth agitating the empires of Europe, and defying Spaniard and Pope, yclad in her purple cloth of silver or gold, bestudded with golden aglets, buttons enameled in the form of tortoises, oak leaves and acorns, pearls and diamonds, of which she was always minus a portion whenever she appeared in public. Verily, her finery appears so entirely part and parcel of herself that it is mixed up in the gravest details of her state policy. She was never seen in deshabille by masculine eyes but on 2 occasions. The first time was on a fair May morning in 1578, when Gilbert Talbot, the Earl of Shrewsbury's son, happened to walk in the tilt yard, about 8 o'clock, under the gallery where her majesty was wont to stand, chanced to look up, and saw her at the window in her nightcap. My eye, says he, was full towards her, and she showed to be greatly ashamed thereof, for that she was unready and in her night stuff. So when she saw me after dinner, as she went to walk, she gave me a pretty playfulness for a virgin queen of 45. A great fillip on the forehead, and told my lord chamberlain, who was the next to see her, how I had seen her that morning, and how much she was ashamed thereof. 20 years later, the luckless Essex surprised her in the hands of her tirewoman, and paid as severe a penalty for his blunder as the profane huntsman who incurred the vengeance of Diana by his trespass. Whether Elizabeth condescended to sell her influence in the courts of law, where matters of property were at stake, seems almost an injurious question for her biographers to ask, yet the family vice of the Tudors, covetousness, led her to receive gifts from her courtiers, under circumstances which excite suspicions derogatory to her character as a gentlewoman and degrading to her dignity as a sovereign. I will adventure, writes Harrington in confidence to a friend, to give her majesty £500 in money, and some pretty jewel or garment, as you shall advise, only praying her majesty to further my suit with some of her learned counsel, which I pray you to find some proper time to move in. This some hold as a dangerous adventure, but 25 manners do well warrant my trying it. Whether the money was rejected we cannot ascertain, but that the jewel was accepted certainly appears in the record of the gifts presented to Queen Elizabeth in the beginning of this year. Item: a heart of gold, garnished with sparks of rubies, and 3 small pearls, and a little round pearl pendant, out of which heart goeth a branch of roses, red and white, wherein are 2 small diamonds, 3 small rubies, 2 little emeralds, and 2 small pearls, 3/4 di, and farthing gold weight, given by Mr. John Harrington, Esquire. Full of hopes and fears about the success of his suit, the accomplished courtier notes the following resolution in his diary. I will attend to-morrow, and leave this little posy behind her cushion at my departing from her presence. The little posy was well calculated to please a female monarch, who was, to the full, as eager to tax the wits of her courtiers for compliments as their purses for presents. Harrington was certainly the elder brother of Waller in the art of graceful flattery in verse. Observe how well every line tells. To the Queen's Majesty. For ever, dear, for ever dreaded Prince, you read a verse of mine a little since, and so pronounced each word and every letter. Your gracious reading graced my verse the better. Sith then, your highness doth by gift exceeding, make what you read the better for your reading. Let my poor muse, your pains thus far importune, like as you read my verse, so read my fortune. From your highness's saucy godson. Queen Elizabeth affected to be displeased with Harrington's satirical writings, especially the Metamorphoses of Ajax, in which some of the leading men of the court were severely lashed. But, writes Robert Markham to the imprudent wit, though her highness signified her displeasure in outward manner, yet did she like the marrow of your book. The queen is minded to take you to her favour, but she sweareth that she believes you will make epigrams, and write Miss Acmos again on her, and all her court. She hath been heard to say, that merry poet, her godson, must not come to Greenwich till he hath grown sober, and leaveth the ladies' sports and frolics. She did conceive much disquiet on being told you had aimed a shaft at Leicester. I wish you knew the author of that ill deed. I would not be in his best jerkin for 1,000 marks. On the 17th of May died the venerable Archbishop Parker, and on June 22nd, less than 3 weeks after his death, the horrible fact is recorded by Stowe, that 2 Dutchmen, Anabaptists, were burned in Smithfield, who died in great horror, with roaring and crying. Fox, the martyrologist, to his honour, wrote an eloquent letter to Elisabeth, imploring her not to sully the annals of her reign, and the practice of the Reformed Church, by burning for heterodoxy. His intercession was unavailing to save the 2 wretched foreigners from the flames, but Elisabeth's persecutions were afterwards of a bloody and not a fiery character. Unfortunately, the queen was an advocate for the use of torture, though declared by the high authority of Fortescue and other enlightened commentators on the Constitution of England to be contrary to the law. The royal progresses this summer were through the Midland counties. In June, Leicester writes to Burleigh from some place, supposed to be Grafton, as follows. I will let your lordship understand such news as we have, which is only and chiefly of her majesty's good health, which, God be thanked, is as good as I have long known it, and for her liking of this house, I think she never came to place in her life she likes better, or commends more. And since her coming hither, as oft as weather serves, she hath not been within doors. This house likes her well, and her own lodgings especially. She thinks her cost well bestowed, she saith, if it hath been 5 times as much. But I would her majesty would bestow but half as much more, and then I think she should have as pleasant and commodious house as any in England. I am sorry your lordship is not here to see it. Even by and by, her majesty is going to the forest to kill some bucks with her bow, as she hath done in the park this morning. God be thanked, she is very merry and well disposed now. The cause of the previous testiness on the part of the queen, here alluded to, is related by the favourite with that quaint pomposity which leads persons of small minds to place ludicrous importance on trifles. But at her majesty's first coming, pursues he, being a marvellous hot day at her coming hither, there was not one drop of good drink for her, so well was she provided for, notwithstanding her oft telling of her coming hither. But we were fain to send forth to London and to Kenilworth, and divers other places, where ale was. Her own here was so strong as there was no man able to drink it. You had been as good to have drank Malmsey, and yet it was laid in about 3 days before her majesty came. It did put me very far out of temper, and almost out of the company besides too, for none of us was able to drink ale or beer here. Since by chance we have found drink for her to her liking, and she is well again, but I fear greatly 2 or 3 days, some sickness to have fallen by reason of this drink. God be thanked, she is now perfect well and merry, and I think, upon Thursday, come se'night, will take her journey to Kenilworth, where I pray God she may like all things no worse than she hath done here. Elisabeth, though not a tea-drinking queen, certainly belonged to the temperance class, for she never took wine, unless mingled, in equal parts with water, and then very sparingly, as a beverage with her meals, and we find from the above letter that she was greatly offended and inconvenienced by the unwonted potency of the ale that had been provided by her jolly purveyors, who, probably, judged the royal taste by their own. The course of chronology has now led to that magnificent epoch in the life of Elisabeth, which the genius of Sir Walter Scott has made familiar. And of course the following narrative will, in some measure, be familiar to the realities of the splendid romance of Kenilworth, since Sir Walter Scott's descriptions are drawn from the same sources. La Mothe Fenelon gave, in his dispatches to his own court, a hint of the causes that induced Leicester to incur this extravagant cost, which were the extraordinary benefactions Elisabeth had that year showered on him, for some important emoluments had fallen to her gift, which she bestowed on him to the amount of £50,000. Leicester, in return, prepared this gorgeous entertainment at Kenilworth, where, says La Mothe, he lodged the queen and her ladies, 40 earls, and 70 other principal milords, under the roof of his own castle, for the space of 12 days. He personally invited me, but my health did not permit me to join the court. The princely seat of Kenilworth was no inheritance of the suddenly raised family of Dudley. It had descended to Elisabeth from some of the most illustrious of her ancestors, and she had granted it to her favourite from the 5th year of her reign. The queen was welcomed on the 9th of July at Long Itchington, a town belonging to Leicester, about 7 miles from Kenilworth. She dined under an immense tent, and, as a diversion at the dessert, was shown 2 of the rarities of the county: a fat boy of 6 years old, nearly 5 feet high, but very stupid, and, to match this prodigy, a monstrous sheep of the Leicestershire breed. In the afternoon, the queen then followed the chase, and hunted towards Kenilworth. So far afield did her sport lead her, that it was 8 in the evening before she arrived at the park gates. A continual series of pageantry and masking welcomed her progress through the park at various stations to the castle gate, where the porter, representing Hercules, tall of person, big of limb, and stern of countenance, wrapped in a pall of silk, with a club and keys, had a rough speech, full of passions in metre, aptly made to the purpose, and as her majesty came within his ward, he burst out into a great pang of impatience. "What stir? What coil is here? Come back! Hold! Whither now? Not one so stout to stir. What harrying have we here?" "My friends, a porter I, no puppet here am placed. By leave perhaps, else not, while club and limbs do last. A garboil this, indeed. What yea, fair dames, what yea? What dainty darlings here? O God, a peerless pearl!" He affects to see the queen for the first time. "No worldly wight, I doubt, some sovereign goddess sure, in face, in hand, in eye, in other features all. Yea, beauty, grace, and cheer, yea, port and majesty, show all some heavenly peer with virtues all beset. Come, come, most perfect paragon, pass on with joy and bliss. Have here, both club and keys, myself my ward I yield. E'en gates and all, my lord himself, submit and seek your shield." The queen and her train now passed through the gate kept by this poetical porter, and arrived on the bridge, crossing the beautiful pool, which served as a moat to one side of the castle, when a lady with 2 nymphs came to her all across the pool, seeming as if she walked on the water, or, according to Laneham, floating on a movable illuminated island, bright blazing with torches. This personage commenced a metrical description of the traditions of Kenilworth, written by one of the first literati of that day, George Ferrers. "I am the lady of this pleasant lake, who since the time of great King Arthur's reign, that here with royal court abode did make, have led a lowering life in restless pain, till now that this your 3rd arrival here doth cause me come abroad and boldly thus appear. For after him such storms this castle shook, by swarming Saxons first, who scourged this land, as forth of this my pool I ne'er durst look, though Kenelm, king of Mercia, took in hand, as sorrowing to see it in deface, to rear the ruins up and fortify this place. The Earl Sir Montfort's force gave me no heart. Sir Edmund Crouchback's state, the prince's son, could not cause me out of my lake to start, nor Roger Mortimer's ruff, who first begun, as Arthur's heir, to keep the table round, could not inspire my heart, or cause me come on ground. Yet still I will attend while you're abiding here, most peerless queen, and to your court resort. And as my love to Arthur did appear, it shall to you in earnest and in sport. Pass on, madam, you need no longer stand. The lake, the lodge, the lord, are yours for to command." It pleased the queen to thank this lady, and to add withal, "We had thought the lake had been ours, and do you call it yours now? while we will herein commune more with you hereafter. End of Section 30. Section 31 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VIII, Part 3. The grand pageant of the welcome was a temporary bridge over the base court, reaching to the main building, 20 feet wide and 70 long. 7 pair of pillars were on this bridge, with mythological deities standing by them, offering to the queen symbolical gifts, as she rode between them. Thus on the tops of the first pair were large cages, containing live bitterns, curlews, hernshaws, godwits, and such dainty birds, offered to her by Silvanus, god of wood fowl. The next pair of pillars supported 2 great silver bowls, piled with apples, pears, cherries, filberts, walnuts, all fresh on their branches, the gifts of Pomona. Wheat in ears, oats and barley waved in the next bowls. The next pillar bore a silver bowl filled with red and white grapes, and opposite were 2 great livery pots of white silver filled with claret and white wine, on which many of the queen's train, fatigued with the recent hunting party, in one of the hottest July evenings that ever occurred in England, were observed to cast longing eyes. The next pair of pillars supported silver trays, filled with fresh grass, on which lay the fish of the sea and rivers, with a river god standing by. The next pillar supported the trophies of arms and arts, music and physic, while a poet, in a cerulean garment, stood forth and explained the whole to her learned majesty, in a string of Latin hexameters, which we have no intention of inflicting on our readers. So passing to the inner court, her majesty, that never rides but alone, there alighted from her palfrey, and was conveyed up to her chamber. At this instant all the clocks in the castle were stopped, and, by a delicate attention, the hands continued to point at the moment of her arrival, since no one was to take note of the time during the royal sojourn at Kenilworth. When her majesty entered her chamber, peals of great guns were shot off, with a profusion of fireworks, which continued for 2 hours. The noise and flame, says Laneham, were heard and seen for 20 miles round about. This was on the Saturday night, and it may be surmised that many an aching head must have longed for the repose of the Sabbath after such a lullaby to their repose. But small repose did the sacred day bring. It is true, the queen and her court went to church in the morning, but in the afternoon was music and dancing of the lords and ladies with lively agility, and the Sabbath evening concluded with roaring discharges of fireworks and cannon. And though this time the fireworks did not set a town on fire, yet, says Laneham, they made me vengeably afraid. Monday was so hot that her majesty kept within till 5 in the evening, what time it pleased her to ride forth to hunt the hart of Forcey. On her homeward way a masking pageant met her in the chase. A salvage man, wreathed and girdled with oak leaves, having a young sapling oak plucked up, by way of a walking staff, and who represented the god Silvanus, intercepted her majesty's steed. He began to give utterances to a speech so long-winded and tedious, that when he had arrived at the first quarto page, her majesty put on her steed. But Silvanus, who, savage as he might be deemed, seems to have made no slight advance in the modern art of boring, began to run by her side, reciting the rest of his speech with wonderful volubility. At last, out of pity, the queen checked her horse to favour Silvanus, who humbly besought her majesty to go on, for if his rude speech did not offend her, he could continue to run and speak it for 20 miles, protesting he had rather run as her majesty's footman on earth than be a god on horseback in heaven. At these words her majesty came by a close arbour, made all of holly, and while Silvanus pointed to the same, the principal bush shaked, for therein were placed both sweet music, and one appointed to represent deep desire, who herewith stepped out of the holly bush, and recited a long speech to the queen, tediously stuffed with flattery. Then a concert of music sounded from the holly bower, while Deep Desire sang a dismal ditty, full of such tropes as cramps of care and gripes of grief. Therefore its quotation may be very well spared here. Sylvanus concluded the masque by breaking the oak sapling he used for a staff asunder, and casting it up in the air, but unfortunately one end almost fell on the head of the queen's horse, which started violently, and Sylvanus, who was no other than the poet Gascoigne, was terribly alarmed at the consequences of his awkwardness. "No hurt, no hurt," exclaimed the queen, as she skillfully controlled her horse. "And this benignity of the sovereign," continues Laneham, "we took to be the best part of the play, and assuredly Elizabeth showed both good nature and magnanimity in her reception of this accident." Towards night on Tuesday, the queen chose to walk on foot over the bridge into the Chase. At her return, she stood on the bridge and listened to a delectable concert of music from a barge in the Pool. The queen hunted the hart of Forcey on Wednesday in the Chase. The hart took to the Pool, where he was caught alive, and her majesty granted him his life on condition that he lost his ears for a ransom. This useless cruelty aptly preceded the bear baiting of the next day, when the virgin queen had the satisfaction of seeing a great sort of banddogs, which had been tied in the outer court, let loose on 13 bears, which were baited in the inner, where, says Laneham, there was plucking and tugging, scratching and biting, and such an expense of blood and leather between them as a month's licking, I ween, will not recover. This refined diversion took place in the daytime, but the Thursday evening concluded with strange and sundry kind of fireworks, and discharge of great guns for 2 hours, and during this din her majesty was entertained by an Italian tumbler of such extraordinary agility in twistings and turnings, that the court considered him to be more of a sprite than a man, and that his backbone must have been like a lamprey, or made of lute string. The drought and heat of the season was on the 2 succeeding days seasonably refreshed by rain and moisture. The queen, therefore, attended none of the shows in the open air. Until that time the weather had been hot and blazing. The second Sunday of Elizabeth's sojourn at Kenilworth was St. Kenelm's Day, the royal Saxon saint, who was murdered at the foot of the neighbouring Clent Hills, and whose patronage and influence was once supposed to extend far and wide over the Midland counties, especially round Kenilworth, his former palace. The new ritual had not yet superseded the ancient regard of Warwickshire for St. Kenelm, and the whole district was astir to do uproarious honour, at once to him and his successor, Queen Elizabeth. The weather again set in gloriously bright, and everyone attended her majesty to church, where they heard a fruitful sermon. In the afternoon, a comely quintain was set up, and a solemn bridal of a proper couple was marshalled in procession in the tilt-yard. The bride was 35, very ugly, red-haired, foul, ill-favoured, of complexion a brown bay. This amiable object was very anxious to be married, because she had heard she should be called on to dance before the queen. She was, however, wholly disappointed, for her majesty, who particularly disliked ugly persons, bestowed all her attention on the Coventry play of the slaughter of the Danes at Hocktide, wont to be played in that city yearly without ill example of papistry or any superstition. A sport representing a massacre was so wonderfully to the taste of the era, that the queen requested its repetition at the earliest opportunity, and to the infinite satisfaction of the men of Coventry, she gave them the royal benefaction of 2 bucks and 5 marks. Captain Cox made his entry at the Coventry play on his hobby horse, but it is a point in doubt whether he was a character in the play or a worthy flourishing at that time in Coventry. An ambrosial banquet and a gorgeous masque concluded those Sunday diversions. The heat of the next day caused the queen to keep within the castle till 5 in the afternoon, when she hunted the hart in the Chase, and on her return beheld on the Pool before the bridge one of those grand water pageants which the marriage of Henry III had rendered fashionable in Europe. There was the Lady of the Lake on her illuminated island, attended by a swimming mermaid 24 feet in length, besides Arion on a dolphin of equal vastness. When it came to Arion's turn to make a speech to the queen, he, who had been rather too powerfully refreshed from the Earl of Leicester's cellar in order to qualify his aquatic undertaking, forgot his part, and pulling off his mask, swore, "He was none of Arion, not he, but honest Harry Goldingham," a proceeding which pleased the queen more than all the rest of the performance. Harry Goldingham had a fine voice, and was a poet who had aided in composing some of the interludes. He sang very well from the back of his dolphin, and concluded the pageant, to the universal satisfaction of the beholders. Such was the general tone of the princely pleasures of Kenilworth during the queen's visit, which lasted till July 27th. Laneham declares, moreover, that her majesty with her accustomed charity and mercy cured 9 persons of the painful disease, called the king's evil, which the kings and queens of this realm without other medicine, but only by touching and prayers, do cure. Among the dull metrical compliments offered in fatiguing profusion to Elizabeth at Kenilworth, there was one sufficiently absurd to be amusing, especially as it contained an historical allusion to the queen's rejection of Leicester's addresses. It is part of a lengthy dialogue in which a salvage man, clad in ivy, questions Echo on the cause of the unusual splendours then enlivening the chase and domains of Kenilworth. The English language between the two was much tortured by various quaint quips and quirks, as for instance, the salvage man demanded, "And who gave all these gifts? I pray thee, Echo, say, was it not he who, but of late, this building here did lay?" Echo, Dudley. Salvage man, "Oh, Dudley, so methought, he gave himself and all, a worthy gift to be received, and so I trust it shall." Echo, "It shall." Salvage man, "What meant the fiery flames that through the waters flew? Can no cold answers quench desire? Is that experience true?" Elizabeth's attention was soon after recalled from the idle joyaunce of progresses and pageants by the important appeals that were made to her by the oppressed Protestants in the Low Countries. St. Aldegonda, the friend and confidant of the Prince of Orange, with other deputies, came over to England to implore her to accept the sovereignty of their states, as the descendant and representative of their ancient counts, through her illustrious ancestress, Philippa of Hainaut. This ambassade, and its result, is chiefly summed up in 2 lines by Collins, in his Ode to Liberty. "Those whom the rod of Alva bruised, whose crown a British queen refused." Elizabeth was not prepared to contest this mighty adjunct to the Spanish Empire with Philip, and she replied evasively, offered publicly to mediate between him and the states, and privately encouraged the deputies to continue their resistance. They proposed to throw themselves on the protection of France, but from this step she earnestly dissuaded them, and privately supplied them with pecuniary aid. She also, by her intrigues with the Duke of Alençon, incited him to coalesce with the King of Navarre and the Huguenot party in France, thus furnishing Henry III with sufficient employment at home to prevent him from interfering in the affairs of the states. The details of these struggles belong to general history. On the 7th of January, Queen Elizabeth finally concluded an alliance, offensive and defensive, with the states, engaging to assist them with a loan of £100,000, with 5,000 foot soldiers and 1,000 horse. She soon after employed Casimir, the brother of the Elector Palatine, who proceeded as her lieutenant, with 12,000 German auxiliaries, to the Low Countries at the expense of England. The German mercenaries committed so many excesses that the poor Dutchmen found their friends even more intolerable than their foes, and requested to be placed under the protection of the Queen of England's suitor, Francis of Alençon, who had now assumed the title of Duke of Anjou, formerly borne by his brother, Henry III. Elizabeth first regarded this requisition with jealous suspicion as a manoeuvre of the King of France, but there was no love between the brethren, and Anjou professed himself devoted to her interests. He was, indeed, a convenient tool, ready to be employed in any service, whereby his own personal advancement might be forwarded. This summer he sent an envoy of the name of Boucherville to prosecute his suit, who was accompanied by Ann Boulais, sent from the king, his brother, to second his solicitations. The French envoys found Elisabeth at Long Melford Hall in Suffolk, the seat of Sir William Cordell, her master of the rolls, being the first in that county who had the honour of feasting the royal traveller, and who, to use the quaint language of Old Churchyard, the contemporary historian of the Eastern progresses, did light such a candle to the rest of the shire, that many were glad bountifully and frankly to follow the same example, with such charges as the whole train were in some sort pleased thereat. The next morning she rode from Melford to Lawshall Hall, where she dined with Sir William Drury. The royal visit is recorded in the parish register, as occurring August 5th, in the 20th year of her majesty's reign, to the great rejoicing of the parish, and all the country thereabouts. Elisabeth appears to have been on very affectionate terms with Lady Drury, for, on the death of Sir William Drury, who was slain 10 years later in France, she addressed to her the following friendly letter of condolence, or rather we may say, a kind of expostulation, on the excess of grief to which the widow had abandoned herself. Be well ware, my Bess, you strive not with divine ordinance, nor grudge at irremediable harms, lest you offend the highest Lord, and no whit amend your marred hap. Heap not your harms where help there is none, since you may not that you would wish, that you can enjoy with comfort a king for his power, and a queen for her love, who leaves not now to protect you when your case requires care, and minds not to omit whatever may be best for you and yours. Your most loving, careful sovereign. Of a similar character to this quaint consolation is the brief and pithy letter of condolence, if such it may be called, addressed by Elisabeth to her friend Lady Paget, on the death of her daughter Lady Crumpton, which, in the brief space of a few lines, exhibits much good and honest feeling. No one could come more tersely to the point than Elisabeth, when she wrote under the strong impulse of anger or affection. What can be more simply sweet and gracious than the following specimen of familiar language from the generally Latinized pen of this learned queen? Call to your mind, good Kate, how hardly we princes can brook the crossing of our commands. How ireful will the highest power be, may you be sure, when murmurs shall be made of his pleasing his will. Let nature, therefore, not hurt herself, but give place to the giver. Though this lesson be from a Sully vicar, yet it is sent from a loving sovereign. But to return to Elisabeth's Eastern progress. Her Majesty was astonished at the gallant appearance and brave array of the comely Suffolk squires, who came to meet and welcome her into their county. The bachelors, all gaily clad in white velvet, to the number of 200, and those of graver years, in black velvet coats and fair chains, with 1,500 serving men, all mounted on horseback. These formed a volunteer guard of honour, under the command of the High Sheriff, Sir William le Spring, of Lavenham, and attended her Majesty in her progress to the very confines of their county. A comely troop, says Churchyard, and a noble sight to behold. From Lawshall Hall, in the evening, the Queen came to Hawstead Hall, at present the seat of Sir Thomas Cullum, where there are several memorials and traditions of her visit, where it is said that she dropped a silver-handled fan into the moat. The fans used by Elisabeth were made of feathers, set in a rich handle, and in form resembling a modern hand screen. The following is the description of one of those graceful accessories of the royal toilet, which was presented to her Majesty by Sir Francis Drake as a New Year's gift. A fan of feathers, white and red, enamelled with a half-moon of mother of pearls, within that a half-moon garnished with sparks of diamonds, and a few seed pearls on the one side, having her Majesty's picture in it, and on the reverse a device with a crow over it. Her Majesty spent 10 days at various seats in Suffolk, and having been received on the borders of Norfolk by the cavaliers of the county, approached Norwich, as near as Brakenash, on the 16th of August. At the western boundary of the city of Norwich, which is a place called Harford Bridge, the mayor received the Queen with a long Latin speech, which he recited in a manner that did great credit to the erudition of mayors in general. The purpose of it was, however, to offer a fair standing cup of silver, with a cover, containing £100 in gold. Lifting the cover, the mayor said to her majesty, "Here is £100 pure gold." One of the queen's footmen advanced to take it, when the queen said to him significantly, thinking he might not have understood the learned mayor's Latin, "Look to it, there is £100." When the royal procession had advanced within a flight shot of the metropolis of the east of England, and in a spot commanding a good view of the castle of Blanchflower, which stands like a mural crown above the city of Norwich, a pageant arrested the attention of the queen, representing King Gurgunt, to whom tradition imputes the building of the castle and the founding of Cambridge University. King Gurgunt having explained in verse his ancient doings in Norwich, another pageant beset her by the way at St. Stephen's Gate, from whence, says the annals of the city, an enormous muck-hill had been recently removed for the occasion. We will pass over the allegories which severally bestowed their tediousness on the queen, to arrive at the only pageant of real interest, some remnants of which are displayed at Norwich elections, and other grand occasions to this day. This was called the Stranger's Pageant, being the show of Queen Philippa's industrious Flemish colony, even in that era of Elisabeth, a separate and peculiar people in Norwich. There was a stage, with 7 looms actively at work with their separate weavers. Over the first was written the weaving of worsted, over the second the weaving of Russells, a sort of Norwich crape. Among others, the weaving of lace and of fringe, and several other manufactures, which it would be vain to seek as Norwich produce at present. Upon the stage stood at one end 8 small women children, spinning worsted yarn, at the other end as many knitting a worsted hose, and in the midst a pretty boy stood forth, and stayed her majesty's progress with an address in verse, declaring, that in this small show the city's wealth was seen. From comb wool we draw this slender thread, showing the spinners. From thence the looms have dealing with the same, showing the weaving in progress. And thence again, in order do proceed, these several works, with skillful art doth frame, and all to drive Dame Need into her cave. Our heads and hands together laboured have. We bought before the things that now we sell. These slender imps, their work doth pass the waves, showing the women children, spinners and knitters. God's peace in thine we hold, and prosper well. Of every mouth, the hands, the charges saves. Thus through thy help and aid of power divine, doth Norwich live, whose hearts and goods are thine. Elisabeth had the good sense to be particularly pleased with this small pageant. She desired to examine the knitting and yarn of the small women children. She perused the looms attentively, and returned great thanks for this show. A grand pageant thwarted the entrance of the market-place from St. Stephen's Street. Here the queen was addressed by 7 female worthies, among which were Deborah, Judith, Esther, the city of Norwich, and Queen Martia. The last dame described herself thus: I am that Martia bright, who sometime ruled this land, as queen, for 33 years space, gat license at the hand of that Gargantius king, my husband's father dear, who built this town and castle both, to make our homage here. Which homage, mighty queen, accept, the realm and right are thine, the crown, the scepter, and the sword, to thee we do resign. Thus Elisabeth was welcomed at various stations in Norwich, till she reached the cathedral, where she attended Te Deum, and finally arrived at the bishop's palace, where she sojourned during her stay at Norwich. On the Monday morning, a very excellent boy, representing Mercury, was driven at full speed through the city in a fantastic car, painted with birds and clouds, the horses being dressed out with wings, and Mercury himself appeared in an azure satin jerkin and a mantle of gold cloth. He was driven into the preaching green, on the north side of the bishop's palace, where the queen, looking out of her bedchamber window, beheld him jump off his car and approach the window in such a sort, that her majesty was seen to smile at the boldness of the boy. He looked at the queen with courage and audacity, then bowed down his head, shaked his rod, and commenced an unmercifully long string of verses. But the gist of his message was, that if her highness pleased to take the air that day, there were shows and devices to be seen abroad. Unfortunately, it rained hard, and the queen did not venture out, but received a deputation from the Dutch church, with a goblet of exquisitely wrought silver, worth £50, presented with a speech, which pathetically alluded to the cruel persecutions perpetrated by Philip II and Alva in the Netherlands. Norwich was then crowded with Protestant emigrants, whom this conduct, impolitic as it was wicked, had expatriated, with their ingenious crafts and capital, from the Spanish dominions. The next day, her majesty was engaged to hunt in Sir Henry Jerringham's park at Cotsey. As she passed out of St. Benet's gates, Master Mercury and all the heathen deities were stationed there with speeches and presents of small value. Among others, Jupiter gave her a riding rod made of whale's fin. Venus presented her with a white dove. The little creature was so tame that, when cast off, it made directly to the queen, and sat before her all the time as quietly as if it listened to the speeches. The queen, and the French ambassadors, who were in her train, dined on Wednesday with the young Earl of Surrey, heir of her victim, the beheaded Duke of Norfolk. His residence was not at the famous Duke's Palace in Norwich, now utterly destroyed, but at a conventual structure by the waterside, at present in good preservation. Not very large, but suitable to the altered fortunes of the young heir of Howard. The poet Churchyard, an old retainer of that family, was the person who had arranged all the pageants on this occasion. And when her majesty took her barge at my lord Surrey's back door, he had prepared a goodly mask of water nymphs, but the place being small and the passages narrow, he removed his nymphs to a spot lower down the river, where a deep hole had been dug in the earth by the waterside and covered with green canvas, which suddenly opening, as if the ground gaped, first one nymph was devised to pop up and make the queen a speech, and then another, and a very complete concert was to sound secretly and strangely out of the earth. Unfortunately, at the very moment when the queen passed in her coach, a thunder shower came down like a water spout, and almost drowned the water nymphs, while awful bursts of thunder silenced the underground concert. Though some of us got to a boat, and stood up under a bridge, probably Bishop's Bridge, we were all so splashed and washed, that it was found greater pastime to see us all look like drowned rats, than to behold the best of our shows. As the water nymphs were only great boys, who may be considered in the eastern counties almost as aquatic animals, our discomfited poet affords no commiseration for their sousing. But on the subject of their dresses, and on the impolicy of planning masques in England, exposed to the caprices of the climate, he is positively pathetic. What shall I say of the loss of the city in velvets, silks, and cloth of gold? Well, nothing but the old adage, man doth purpose, but God dispose. He contrived, however, a successful masque of Fairy, as the queen left Norwich on the Friday, when she passed to Sir Roger Woodhouse's mansion at Kimberley. Elisabeth bade an affectionate farewell to Norwich. She knighted the mayor, and told him she should never forget his city. When on her journey she looked back, and with the water in her eyes, shaked her riding whip and said, "Farewell, Norwich." The visits of Elizabeth to private individuals during her progresses were often attended with great expense and inconvenience, and occasionally with evil results to her hosts. In her homeward route from her eastern progress this year, an incident occurred little to the credit of the sovereign and her advisers, though it is related with base exultation by Richard Topcliffe in a letter to the Earl of Shrewsbury. Her majesty was pleased to pay one of her self-invited visits to Euston House in Suffolk, belonging to a young gentleman of the ancient house of Rookwood, who had just come of age. Here she abode with her suite a whole fortnight, and though much abuse is levelled at the youthful owner of Euston Hall, it seems his religion was his only crime. "This Rookwood," says Topcliffe, "is a papist newly crept out of his wardship. Her majesty was lodged at his house at Euston, fitter for the Black Guard. Nevertheless, this gentleman was brought into her majesty's presence by some device, and her excellent majesty gave Rookwood ordinary, or usual, thanks for his bad house, and her fair hand to kiss, after which it was braved at. Whether the thanks or the hand, it is difficult to divine. But my Lord Chamberlain nobly and gravely understood that Rookwood was excommunicated for papistry, called him before him, and demanded of him how he durst attempt her royal presence, he unfit to accompany any Christian person, and adding, that he was fitter for a pair of stocks, forthwith commanded him out of the court, and yet to attend her council's pleasure. This was a strange return for a fortnight's hospitality. For if the queen and her courtiers had not liked their entertainment, why did they stay so long? But alas, for poor Rookwood, his guests were not contented with this curious specimen of their courtly manners. Their next proceeding was to raise an outcry that some of their property had been stolen, and to ransack his house and premises. Unfortunate man! He was in much the greatest danger of being robbed, as the sequel will show, but no words, excepting those of Master Topcliffe, can do justice to this precious trait of the times. And to decipher the gentleman to the full, a piece of plate being missing in the house and searched for, in his hay house was found such an image of Our Lady as for greatness, for gayness, and workmanship, did never see a match, and after a sort of country dance, ended in her Majesty's sight, the idol was set in sight of the people, who avoided. Her Majesty commanded it to the fire, which in her sight, by the country folks, was quickly done to her content, and the unspeakable joy of every one, but some one or two who had sucked the idol's poisoned milk. But the guests of the owner of Euston Hall had not yet made Rookwood sufficient returns for his hospitality, for the amiable inditer of the epistle says, "The next good news, but in account of the highest. Her Majesty hath served God with great zeal and comfortable examples, for by her counsel two notorious papists, young Rookwood, the master of Euston Hall, where her Majesty did lie on Sunday, now a fortnight, and one Downes, a gentleman, were both committed, the one to the town prison at Norwich, and the other to the county prison there, for obstinate papistry, and 7 more gentlemen of worship were committed to several houses in Norwich as prisoners. Such were our forefathers' ideas of serving God with great zeal and comfort. The strangest part of this letter is, that a man could write down a narrative of such conduct, without perceiving the hideousness of the polemic spirit that inspired his exultation in the incarceration of an unoffending young man among felons in a common jail, for no greater crime than quiet adherence to the faith in which he had been educated. Such were the neglected state of prison regulations too, at that period, that only in the preceding year, when the prisoners were brought into court for trial at Oxford, the noxious atmosphere that clave to them slew the Lord Chief Justice Bell, the principal law officers present, and most of the jury, as with a sudden blight. Such are among the records of the golden days of good Queen Bess, although the Privy Council appears more chargeable with this instance of persecution than the sovereign. Yet as the deed was transacted under her very eye, she cannot be acquitted of having sanctioned the cruel return that was made to her unfortunate young host for her entertainment at Euston Hall, so it is true that they who permit oppression share the crime. Another instance is recorded of the ill consequences that resulted from one of Elisabeth's unwelcome visits, by Smith, in his Lives of the Berkeleys, who states, that she came in progress to Berkeley Castle, what time Henry Lord Berkeley, the then possessor, had a stately game of red deer in the park adjoining, called the Worthy, whereof Henry Lygon was keeper, during which time of her being there, such slaughter was made as 27 stags were slain in the toils in one day, and many others on that and the next stolen and havocked. Whereof when this lord, being then at Callodon, was advertised, having much set his delight in this game, he suddenly and passionately disparked that ground, but in a few months after, he had secret friendly advertisement from the court, that the queen was informed how the same was disparked by him, on repining at her coming to his house, for indeed it was not in her justice, and at the good sports she had had in the park, advising this lord to carry a wary watch over his words and actions, lest that earl, meaning Leicester, that had, contrary to her set justice, drawn her to his castle, and purposely caused this slaughter of his deer, might have a further plot against his head and that castle, whereto he had taken no small liking, and affirmed to have good title to the same. The reader will scarcely wonder that, in many instances, considerable alarm was experienced by some of her loyal lieges at the idea of the expensive compliment of a royal visit. The Earl of Bedford writes thus to Lord Burleigh on the subject: "I trust your lordship will have in remembrance to provide and help that her majesty's tarrying be not above 2 nights and a day, for so long time do I prepare. I pray God the rooms and lodgings there may be to her majesty's contentation for the time." It is not generally known that, expensive as these visits were to private individuals, the cost of them to the public treasury was matter of deep concern. Even Leicester, in a letter to his enemy Sussex, on this subject says, "We all do what we can to persuade her majesty from any progress at all, only to keep at Windsor, or thereabouts. But it misliketh her not to have change of air." It was one of her peculiarities, too, that she gave very brief notice of the direction in which she meant to bend her course. Consequently, the nobility and gentry of the provinces must always have been in a state of excitement and expectation as to the royal movements, when her majesty gave indications of an intention of quitting the metropolis. Lord Buckhurst, who had reason to expect a visit from her majesty at Lewes in 1577, was so forestalled with respect to provisions by other nobles in Sussex that he was obliged to send for a supply from Flanders. End of Section 31. Section 32 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VIII, Part 4. Soon after Elisabeth's return from her eastern progress, the Duke of Anjou sent his favourite, Monsieur Simiers, to plead his suit to her. This envoy proved so agreeable to her majesty that she invited him thrice a week to her private parties, and never appeared so happy as in his company. The greatest jealousy was excited among her ministers at the favour manifested by their royal mistress to the insinuating foreigner. They even suspected that she confided to him her most secret thoughts. Leicester, infuriated at the attention her majesty bestowed on Simiers, attributed his influence to sorcery and other unhallowed arts. It was quite apparent to everyone that if Elisabeth had ever cherished undue regard for Leicester, she had conquered her passion. Her quondam governess, Mrs. Ashley, who had not changed her intriguing habits, though now in the vale of years, ventured to plead the cause of Leicester to her royal mistress, and from the nature of the reply she must have recommended the queen to marry him. "What!" exclaimed Elisabeth, with tenfold of her father's pride. "Shall I so far forget myself as to prefer a poor servant of my own making to the first princes in Christendom?" If it be true that Elisabeth actually gave a promise of marriage to Leicester in the presence of one of her ladies, Mrs. Ashley was probably the witness of the plight. Be this as it may, the declaration of her present feelings on the subject was definitive. Leicester himself had previously ventured to cross-question his royal mistress as to her intentions on the French match, and being deceived by the subtlety of her dealing into the idea that she really meant to wed the Duke of Anjou, considered his own ambitious hopes at an end, and privately married the widowed Countess of Essex, of whom he was deeply enamoured. Simiers, having penetrated this secret, gave immediate information of it to the queen, as he suspected that her regard for Leicester was the principal obstacle to her marriage with Anjou. Elisabeth was so greatly offended with Leicester that she ordered him not to stir from Greenwich Castle, and would have sent him to the Tower had she not been dissuaded by the Earl of Sussex from an action liable to construction so derogatory to her dignity as a female sovereign. Leicester, who could not forgive Simiers for his interference, has been accused of practising against his life, because one day when Simiers was attending her majesty to her barge, not far from Greenwich, A gun was discharged from a neighboring boat, and one of the queen's bargemen was shot through both his arms within 6 feet of the queen's person. Everyone in the barge were amazed, and the poor man bled profusely. Elizabeth did not lose her presence of mind, though she believed the shot was aimed at her life. She took off her scarf and threw it to the bargeman to bind up his wounds withal, telling him to be of good cheer, for that he should never want, for the bullet was meant for her, though it had hit him. All present admired her intrepidity, but her future conduct was still more admirable, for finding when the man, Thomas Appletree, was put upon his trial, that the piece had gone off by sheer accident, she not only pardoned him, but interceded with his master to retain him in his service. It was on this occasion that Elizabeth made the following gracious declaration: that she would not believe anything against her subjects that loving parents would not believe of their children. She, however, took the precaution of declaring by public proclamation that the French envoys and their servants were under her royal protection, and forbade any person from molesting them on peril of severe punishment. The frivolous pretense of plots against the queen's life by sorcery had recently been revived. There were found at Islington, concealed in the house of a Catholic priest, 3 waxen images of the queen and 2 of her chief counselors, which it was said were intended to be operated upon in a diabolical manner for her destruction. Much at the same time, her majesty was attacked with such grievous toothache that nothing could mitigate the torture she endured, and she obtained no rest either by night or day. Some persons attributed these sufferings to the malign magic that had been employed against her. Her physicians held a consultation on the royal malady, and instead of devising a remedy for her relief, fell to disputing among themselves on the cause of her indisposition, and the medicines the most advisable to use. The lords of the council then took the matter in hand, and decided on sending for an outlandish physician of the name of John Anthony Phinutus, who was celebrated for curing this agonizing pain. But as it was a perilous thing to entrust the sacred person of a sovereign, so suspicious of plots against her life by poison as Elizabeth, to the discretion of a foreign practitioner, who might possibly be a Jew or even a papist, they would not permit him to see her majesty, but required him to write his prescription. Phinutus composed a long and elaborate Latin letter in reply, declaring, in the first place, his unworthiness to come after such great physicians, and then prescribing divers remedies, but with the intimation that if the tooth were hollow, when all was said and done, it was best to have it drawn, though at the cost of some short pain. If, however, her majesty could not bring herself to submit to the use of chirurgical instruments, of which it seems he had heard something of her abhorrence, then he advised that the juice of Chelidonius Major might be put into the tooth, and so stopped with wax, that none of it might touch the sound parts, which would so loosen the tooth that in a short time it might be pulled out with the fingers, or the root of the said plant might be rubbed upon the tooth, which would produce the same effect, but concluded by declaring that drawing the tooth was, by all, esteemed the safest and best way. The courage of the lion-hearted Elizabeth failed her on this occasion, and she expressed so much repugnance to the loss of her tooth, combined with terror of the pain that might attend the operation, that the eloquence of her whole cabinet could not prevail upon her to undergo it. Aylmer, Bishop of London, who was present at this grave debate, then stood forth, and after assuring her majesty that the pain was less than she apprehended, told her that although he was an old man and had not many teeth to spare, she should see a practical experiment of it on himself, and thereupon bade the surgeon, who was in attendance, extract one of his teeth in her majesty's presence, which encouraged the queen to submit to the like operation. After this rich incident, some readers may possibly feel disposed to entertain doubts of the valiant temperament of the maiden queen, of which more has been said than can be demonstrated, but of her pugnacity we have sufficient evidence from contemporary record. On the 16th of June, Simiers demanded a definitive answer from the queen on the subject of his master's suit for her hand, and she replied, as she had done many times before, that she could not decide on marrying a man whom she had never seen. At this declaration, the Monsieur, as the French prince was styled in England, acted for once in his life like a man of spirit, and, to deprive the royal spinster of her last excuse for either deferring his happiness or disappointing his ambition, crossed the seas in disguise, attended by only 2 servants, and unexpectedly presented himself at the gates of Greenwich Palace, demanding permission to throw himself at her Majesty's feet. Elizabeth was charmed with the romantic gallantry of her youthful wooer. His ugly nose and marred complexion were regarded, even by her dainty eye, as trivial defects, so greatly was she captivated by his sprightliness, his attention, and his flattery. She had been accustomed, from hearing his personal disadvantages exaggerated by the party who were adverse to the marriage, to think of him as a ridiculous, ill-favoured, misshapen urchin, and she found him a very bold, insinuating young man, and vastly agreeable, in spite of his ugliness. He was the first, in fact the only one, among Elizabeth's numerous train of royal lovers, who had the spirit to court in person, and the impression made by his advent appears to have been, while it lasted, such as to testify the bold step he had taken. Elizabeth was guilty of a few tender follies on his account. In one of her wardrobe books we find the following quaint entry of a toy evidently devised at this period. Item, 1 little flower of gold, with a frog thereon, and therein Monseigneur his physiognomy and a little pearl pendant. Query, was this whimsical conceit a love token from the Duke of Alençon to his royal bel-ami, and the frog designed not as a ridiculous, but a sentimental allusion to his country? In the course of a few days he succeeded in ingratiating himself so thoroughly with Elizabeth that he departed with the fullest expectations of winning the august bride, for whose hand the mightiest kings, the most distinguished conquerors, and the handsomest men in Europe had contended in vain. The Queen summoned her council in the beginning of October to meet and deliberate on the subject of her marriage with the Duke of Anjou. Their first debates were with each other, on the unsuitableness of a union between the parties on the score of disparity of age, as the prince was but 23 and her Majesty 46. The point was discussed with great freedom, it should appear. The minutes remain in Burleigh's hand, in which the opinions of the differing privy councillors are placed in opposition to each other, under the heads of perils and remedies. To say the truth, the non-contents have exceedingly the best of the argument. Amongst these, the opinion of Sir Ralph Sadler is remarkable for its uncourtier-like bluntness. The oracular sentences which he delivered were as follows. In years, the Queen might be his mother. Doubtfulness of issue, more than before. Few old maids escape. Sussex and Hunsdon advocated the marriage as a measure of expediency for the security of the Queen's person and government. Burleigh, in compliance with her commands, seconded their reasons, but not honestly. Leicester and Hatton did the same at first, but finally pretended to be converts to the strong arguments of Bromley, Sadler, Mildmay, and Sidney against it. On the 7th, they waited upon her Majesty in a body, and requested to be informed of her pleasure on the subject, and they would endeavour to make themselves conformable to it. The Queen, who expected to have been furnished with a legitimate excuse for following her own inclination, in the shape of a petition for her to marry, was surprised and offended at their caution, and, bursting into tears of anger and vexation, she reproached them for their long disputations, as if it were doubtful whether there would be more surety for her and her realm than if she were to marry and have a child of her own to inherit, and so to continue the line of Henry VIII. In conclusion, she condemned her own simplicity in committing so delicate a matter to them, for she had expected, she said, that they would have unanimously petitioned her to proceed with the marriage, rather than have made doubt of it, and being much troubled, she requested them to leave her till the afternoon. The afternoon found her Majesty very ungraciously disposed. She used passionate and bitter vituperation against those who had opposed the match. She even endeavoured herself to refute the objections that had been made to it in council, and she issued an edict forbidding the matter to be touched upon in the pulpit by any preacher whatsoever. Burleigh, finding the Queen was not to be crossed, openly compelled the council to assume a semblance of compliance with her wishes, by discussing of the marriage articles with the Duke of Anjou's procurator, Simiers. Nothing could, however, be more unpopular in England than the idea of such a marriage. Was the lawful heiress of the crown to be immured and kept in an hourly fear of death because she was a member of the Church of Rome, while the sovereign herself, the defender of the Protestant faith, willfully endangered the stability of the newly established Church by entering into a matrimonial treaty with a Roman Catholic? The inconsistency and want of moral justice involved in such a proceeding was felt by the professors of every varying creed throughout the realm. The queen acknowledged, to a certain degree, the force of the objections of her subjects against the marriage, but was troubled with a perverse inclination to act according to her own pleasure in the matter. Deeply offended at the demurs of her cabinet, she asked the advice of the accomplished Sir Philip Sidney, who at that time filled the office of cupbearer to her majesty, and from whom she probably expected to receive counsel more agreeable to her apparent wishes on the subject. Sir Philip Sidney, with all the graceful courtesy and elegance of a finished gentleman, possessed a lofty spirit of independence. He never condescended to practice the arts of courtier craft, and when his sovereign asked him to give her his opinion without disguise, he addressed to her a long and energetic letter, beginning, "Most feared and beloved, most sweet and gracious sovereign." After which honeyed words, he proceeds to tell her many bold truths on the impolicy of the measure. "How the hearts of your people," says he, "will be galled, if not aliened, when they shall see you take a husband, a Frenchman and a Papist, in whom the very common people know this, that he is the son of the Jezebel of our age, that his brother made oblation of his own sister's marriage, the easier to make massacre of our brethren in religion. As long as he is Monsieur in might and Papist in profession, he neither can nor will greatly shield you, and if he grow to be king, his defense will be like Ajax's shield, which rather weighed down than defended those that bear it." The queen, having solicited the opinion of Sidney, and respecting his integrity, had the philosophy to take his remonstrance in good part, but a terrible example of her vengeance had taken place during the visit of Anjou, on a luckless bencher of Lincoln's Inn, named Stubbs, who presumed to write and publish at this crisis a book with the following quaint title: "The discovery of a gaping gulf, wherein England is like to be swallowed by another French marriage, if the Lord forbid not the banns, by letting her see the sin and the punishment thereof." The work contained, as may be supposed, a series of fierce vituperations against the unsuitableness of the alliance, and the choler of the writer was especially excited by the circumstance of Monsieur having paid her majesty a personal visit incognito. This Stubbs denounced as "an unmanlike, unprincelike, French kind of wooing." "This man," the Duke, says he, "is a son of Henry II, whose family, ever since he married that Catherine of Italy, is fatal, as it were, to resist the gospel, and have been, every one after the other, as a Domitian after a Nero, etc. Here is, therefore, an imp of the crown of France to marry with the crown nymph of England." An expression by no means inelegant or uncomplimentary to the maiden monarch, now well stricken in years. The book was prohibited, the whole impression seized and burned, and the author, printer, and publisher were all proceeded against on a statute of Philip and Mary, although the lawyers stoutly contended such a statute was virtually null and void. Stubbs and his publisher had, nevertheless, to endure the barbarous sentence of the loss of their right hands, which were smitten off with a butcher's knife and mallet in the market-place at Westminster. The conduct of Stubbs, at the most bitter moment of this disgusting execution, proves that the subjects of Elizabeth, even when suffering from her vindictive spirit for contradicting her will, assumed an extraordinary devotion of loyalty. "I remember," says Camden, "standing by John Stubbs, who, as soon as his right hand was off, took off his hat with his left and cried aloud, 'God save the Queen!' He fainted the next moment. A long and vigorous imprisonment in the Tower was, nevertheless, added to the miseries of this brave but unfortunate gentleman. All this opposition, however, brought the marriage negotiation to a pause. Elizabeth had felt the force of Sidney's remonstrances, and even the fulminations of the hapless Stubbs had probably created misgivings. "If her highness mean to marry," writes Hatton to Walsingham, "I wonder she so delayeth it. If she do but temporize, and will leave it at the last, what may we look for then, but that the Pope, with Spain and France, will yoke themselves, in all ireful revenge, according to their solemn combination, so long ago concluded on, against us." The fact was, that neither the French court, her ambassador there, nor her most trusted servants at home, could discover what were her real intentions in the matter. Whether she exactly knew them herself appears to be doubtful. "The marriage is on the book again," writes Sir George Bowes to his brother Robert, the treasurer of Berwick, "and her highness seemeth now as forward as ever she hath been at any time before, and yet Sir William Drury, whom we well know to be a setter forth of that cause, having occasion to ride unto the court on Thursday last, and using some speeches upon that matter to her majesty, did with great reverence inquire of her majesty's disposition that way, who, giving him a great clap of the shoulder with her hand, answered, 'I will never marry, but I will ever bear good will and favour to those who have liked and furthered the same.'" She meant those who had advocated the marriage. Among the great events of this period may be reckoned the death of Elizabeth's great minister, Sir Nicholas Bacon, generally distinguished by the title of my Lord Keeper. It is recorded that when the Queen visited him at his modest country residence, she was pleased to observe that his house was too little for him. "No, madame," replied he, "you have made me too big for my house." He afterwards had the honour of entertaining his royal mistress in his stately mansion of Gorhambury, which he built, probably in consequence of her remark on his former abode. Among the elaborate dainties which furnished forth the memorable banquet for the maiden monarch and her court was a hog roasted whole, garnished with links of sausage, a queer culinary pun on the name of the learned host. Elizabeth one day asked Sir Nicholas Bacon what he thought of a monopoly licence she had granted. "Madam," he said, "if I must speak the truth, I will reply in the Latin proverb, licentia omnes deteriore sumus. We are all the worse for licence." The splendid talents of his son, the learned and eloquent Francis Bacon, afterwards the great Lord Bacon of Verulam, early attracted the notice of Queen Elizabeth, who was wont to call him playfully her little Lord Keeper, and predicted that he would one day become a distinguished man. He proved, it is well known, one of the brightest ornaments of her reign, a diamond of unrivalled lustre, though not without a flaw. His records of Elizabeth are among the most favourable that contemporaries have preserved of her character. Eulogiums from such a source are calculated to make a strong impression on every reader, even when no supporting facts are given, and there can be little doubt that Elizabeth is indebted for much of her posthumous popularity to the powerful pen of Bacon. Like his father, he was a great advocate for the celibacy of his royal mistress. "Female reigns," says he, "are usually eclipsed by marriage, and all the glory transferred to the husband, while those queens, who live single, have none to share it with them. And this was more peculiarly the case of Queen Elizabeth, for she had no supporters of her government, but those of her own making. No brother, no uncle, nor any other of the royal family to partake her cares and assist her government. The ministers whom she advanced to places of trust, she kept so tight a rein upon, and so dispensed her favours, that they were continually solicitous to please her, while she ever remained mistress of herself." Like some of the most unfortunate monarchs, as Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, and Trajan, she was childless, and left no successors of her own issue, and it is a disputed point whether children augment felicity. She had her outward embellishments, a tall stature, a graceful shape, a most majestic aspect, mixed with sweetness, and a happy state of health. Besides, she was strong and vigorous to the last, experiencing as little the miseries of old age as the reverses of fortune. To fill up the measure of her felicity, she was happy not only in her own person, but also in the abilities and virtues of her ministers of state. If it should be here objected, as Cicero did to Caesar, "There is matter enough to admire, but I would gladly see somewhat to praise," I answer that true admiration is a superlative degree of praise. I shall, however, add a few words not on the morals and virtues of this queen, but only on such particulars as have occasioned some malicious tongues to traduce her. As to her religion, she was pious, moderate, constant, and an enemy to novelty. She was seldom absent from divine service and other duties of religion, either in her chapel or closet. She was very conversant in the scriptures and writings of the fathers, especially St. Augustine. She composed certain prayers on emergent occasions. When she mentioned the name of God, though in ordinary discourse, she generally added the title Creator, and composed her eyes and countenance to an expression of humility and reverence, which I have myself often observed. This observation is evidently urged in contradistinction to Elisabeth's well-known habit of profane swearing, in which she outdid her father, bluff King Hal, from whom she probably acquired that evil propensity. Her favorite expletive was, however, certainly derived from her first lover, the Lord Admiral, with whom it was in fearfully familiar use, as those who have read the state papers collected by Haynes, and also by Tytler, must be aware. But expressions which startle us even from the lips of a bad man, appear to the last degree revolting when used in common parlance by a female, especially a princess, whose piety is still a favorite theme with many writers. In illustration of Elisabeth's inconsiderate habit in this respect, we give the evidence of a contemporary who appears neither shocked nor surprised at the coarse manners of the maiden monarch. "Curiosity," says Lord Herbert of Cherbury, "rather than ambition, brought me to court, and as it was the manner of those times for all men to kneel before the great Queen Elizabeth, who then reigned, I was likewise upon my knees in the presence chamber when she passed by to the chapel at Whitehall. As soon as she saw me she stopped, and swearing her usual oath, demanded, 'Who is this?' Everybody there present looked upon me, but none knew me, till Sir James Croft, a pensioner, finding the queen stayed, returned back and told who I was, and that I was married to Sir W. Herbert of St. Gillian's daughter. The queen looked attentively at me, and swearing again her ordinary oath, said, 'It is pity he married so young,' and thereupon gave me her hand to kiss twice, both times gently patting my cheek." This license has been attributed to the grossness of the age. That age produced the daughters and granddaughters of Sir Thomas More, Catherine Parr, Lady Jane Grey, Sidney's sisters, and many other spotless examples of female purity and refinement. And for the honor of the ladies of the 16th century, it may be presumed that the use of oaths was a characteristic of Elisabeth rather than of her times. "As to what was reported," continues Lord Bacon, "that she was altogether so unmindful of mortality as not to bear the mention of death or old age, it is absolutely false. For several years before her death, she would often facetiously call herself the old woman, and discourse about what epitaph she would like, adding, that she was no lover of pompous titles, but only desired that her name might be recorded in a line or two, which should briefly express her name, her virginity, the years of her reign, the reformation of religion under it, and her preservation of peace. It is true that in the flower of her age, being importuned to declare her successor, she answered, that she could by no means endure a shroud to be held before her eyes while she was living. And yet some time before her death, when she was pensive, and probably meditating on her mortality, a person familiar with her, observing that several great offices were vacant, and had been kept so too long, she rose up hastily, and said, with unusual warmth, that she was sure her place would not long be vacant. She hated vice, and studied to preserve an honorable fame. Thus, for example, having once ordered a dispatch to be written to her ambassador, which he was to communicate privately to the Queen Mother of France, Catherine de Medicis, her secretary had inserted a compliment for the ambassador to use, importing, that they were two queens, from whose experience in the arts of government no less was expected than of the greatest kings. Queen Elizabeth could not bear the comparison, but forbade it to be sent, observing, "She used very different arts of government from the queen mother of France." The commendation that best pleased her was, if any one declared that she would have been distinguished by her virtues and abilities if her station had been in private life, so unwilling was she to owe her distinction merely to her royal station. To speak the truth, pursues this eloquent eulogist, the only proper encomiast of this princess is time, which during the ages it has run, never produced her like for the government of a kingdom. Elizabeth's regnal talents were shown in the acuteness of her perceptive powers and the unerring discrimination with which she selected her ministers and great law officers, and in some instances converted those into loyal servants who might have turned their abilities to her annoyance. It is a tradition in the Egerton family that she was once in court when Thomas Egerton, a distinguished barrister, was pleading against the crown side, in some action in the Court of Queen's Bench. She was so much struck with his eloquence and professional skill that she exclaimed, "By my troth, he shall never plead against me again." She immediately appointed him Queen's Counsel, in modern parlance, gave him a silk gown. He attained the dignities of Solicitor General and Lord Keeper in her reign. In the spring of 1580, the Queen thought proper to check the presumptuous dispositions of her subjects, to emulate the height and amplitude of the royal ruff, which formed so characteristic a feature in her costume, and an act was passed in Parliament, empowering certain officials to stand at corners of the streets, armed with shears, for the purpose of clipping all ruffs that exceeded the size prescribed by this droll sumptuary law, and also to shorten the rapiers of all gentlemen who persisted in wearing them of an unsuitable length. During the progress of this forcible reformation in the dimensions of ruffs and rapiers, the French ambassador, Mauvissier, chancing to recreate himself with a morning ride in Smithfield, was stopped at the bars by the officers who sat there to cut swords, who insisted on shortening his rapier, which exceeded the limits prescribed by the recent statute. To impugn the taste of a Frenchman in any matter connected with his dress is attacking him on a point of peculiar importance, but for the clownish officials of the Smithfield bars to presume to make a forcible alteration in the costume of the man who represented the whole majesty of France was an outrage not to be endured, even by the veteran statesman Mauvissier de Castelnau. He drew his threatened rapier, instead of surrendering it to the dishonouring shears of the officers, and sternly stood on the defensive, and but for the seasonable interposition of Lord Henry Seymour, who luckily was likewise taking the air in Smithfield, and hastened to rescue the insulted ambassador from the hands of the executive powers, evil consequences might have followed. Mauvissier complained to the Queen, and her Majesty greatly censured the officers for their want of discrimination in attempting to clip so highly privileged a person. At the same time that Elizabeth was so actively employed in retrenching any extraordinary deviations from good taste in her subjects, she had a most singular purchase made for her at Mechlin of 6 Hungarian horses to draw her coach. These creatures were of a light grey colour, with their manes and tails dyed orange. Perhaps the aggrieved parties, whose sword points and ruffs had just been clipped, might have thought that the flaming orange manes and tails of the Queen's coach horses were quite as outrageous in regard to taste as long rapiers and high frills. This year the Queen took the alarm at the rapid increase of her metropolis, and prohibited any new dwelling house to be built within 3,000 paces of the gates of London, upon pain of imprisonment and forfeiture of the materials brought for the erection of such an edifice, and forbade any one to have more than one family in a house. The latter clause in this arbitrary and inconvenient regulation might have been called an act for the suppression of lodgings. In November, the celebrated navigator, Francis Drake, returned from his great voyage of discovery round the globe, and in the following spring the Queen did him the honour of going on board his ship at Deptford, where she partook of a collation, knighted him, and consented to share the golden fruits of his succeeding adventures. as some of Drake's enterprises were of a decidedly piratical character, and attended with some circumstances of plunder and cruelty to the infant colonies of Spain. The policy of Elizabeth in sanctioning his deeds is doubtful. In a moral point of view, it appears unjustifiable. The English nobles, to whom Drake offered costly presents of gold and silver plate, refused to accept them, which, says Camden, angered him exceedingly, as it implied an intimation that they had not been honorably acquired. The Spanish court demanded restitution of the spoils, but in vain. Drake commenced his career in life as the apprentice to a pilot at Upnor, who finally bequeathed to him his little bark, which proved the foundation of his fortunes. After he had received the honour of knighthood from his sovereign, he assumed the heraldic device of 3 wyverns, the family coat of Sir Bernard Drake, the representative of an ancient house of that name. Sir Bernard Drake, who disclaimed all affinity with the crestless stock from which his valiant namesake sprang, considered this a great piece of impertinence, and, the first time he met him, gave him a box on the ears, and demanded, by what right had he presumed to assume his family arms? Sir Francis took the blow patiently, and explained that he had assumed the wyverns as the general device of the name of Drake. Sir Bernard fiercely rejoined, that he was the only Drake who had a right to bear the wyverns, adding a contemptuous allusion to the origin of the new knight, and his folly in pretending to any arms. Sir Francis appealed to the queen, who told him, that he had earned better arms for himself, which he should bear by her especial favour. She accordingly gave him an elaborate shield, charged, among other devices, with a ship, in the shrouds of which a wyvern was hanging up by the heels, intended as a retaliation of the indignity which had been offered to him by his proud namesake. The next time they encountered, Sir Francis Drake asked his adversary, what he thought of the arms the queen had given him? The queen, rejoined the sturdy old knight, may have given you finer arms than mine, but she neither has given you, nor could give you, a right to bear the 3 wyverns, the cognizance of my ancient house. End of section 32. Section 33 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VIII, Part 5. Elisabeth sometimes punned and played on words. When the Archduke raised his siege from a place called the Grave, in the Low Countries, the Queen received early private intelligence of the fact, and, when her secretary came to transact business, she addressed him with these words. Wot you what? The Archduke is risen from the grave? He answered, And please your majesty, without the trumpet of the archangel. The Queen replied, Yea, without sound of trumpet. But for the delusive matrimonial treaty between Elizabeth and the worthless heir presumptive of France, the Netherlands would have been at this crisis the theatre of a threefold contention between Spain, England, and France. The object of the states was to obtain the united protection of the 2 last-named powers against their legitimate oppressor, Philip. They deemed they should secure this by conferring the sovereignty on the Duke of Anjou, whom they and half the world regarded as the husband-elect of the maiden monarch of England. And by this measure they trusted to secure the friendship of both Elizabeth and Henry III. Their calculation was, in the end, a sagacious one, but the suspicious temper of Elizabeth led her to take the alarm, in the first instance, at not having been consulted by Anjou ere he presumed to accept the preferment that was thus flatteringly offered to him. Under an evident excitement of feeling, she addressed the following eloquent letter to Sir Edward Stafford, her ambassador at Paris. Queen Elizabeth to Sir Edward Stafford. Supposed date, August 1581. Stafford, as I greatly regard your poor man's diligence, so I will not leave him unrewarded. For the charge I have written to Monsieur, that is her lover Anjou. What I have given in to you, this it is. First, for the commissioner's authorities, I have good reason to require that they may be as I desired, both for present mislikes, as well as for after mishaps. It happened in Queen Mary's day, that when a solemn ambassade of 5 or 6 at the least were sent from the Emperor and King of Spain, even after the articles were signed, sealed, and the matter divulged, the danger was so near the Queen's chamber door, that it was high time for those messengers to depart without leave taking, and bequeathing themselves to the speed of the river stream, by water pass with all possible haste to Gravesend, and so away. I speak not this, that I fear the like. But when I make recollection of sundry kinds of discontentments, all tied in a bundle, I suppose the faggot will be the harder altogether to be broken. There is even now an accident fallen out, of no small consequence to this realm. I am sure the states have accorded to the demands of Monsieur Anjou, and do present him the sovereignty of all the Low Countries. Suppose now, how this may make our people think well of him, and of me to bring them to the possession of such neighbors? O Stafford, I think not myself well used, and so tell Monsieur, that I am made a stranger to myself, who he must be if this matter take place. In my name, show him how impertinent it is for this season, probably meaning their matrimonial treaty, to bring to the ears of our people so untimely news. God forbid that the banes of our nuptial feast should be favored with the sauce of our subjects' wealth. Oh, what may they think of me, that for any glory of mine own would procure the ruin of my land? Hitherto they have thought me no fool, let me not live the longer the worse. The end crowneth the work. I am sorry that common posts of London can afford me surer news than the inhabitants of towns will yield me. Let it please Monsieur to suspend his answer unto them till he send some unto me of quality and trust, for example, some of the leading men of the Low Countries, to communicate and concur with that I may think good for both our honors, for I assure him, it shall or will too much blot his fame if he deal otherwise, not only in my sight, to whom it hath pleased him to promise more than that, but especially to the world, that be overseers of his action. Let him never procure her harm, whose love he seeks to win. My mortal foe can no ways wish me a greater harm than England's hate, neither should death be less welcome unto me than such a mishap betide me. You see how nearly this matter ringeth me, use it accordingly. If it him, the deputies, for example, from the Low Countries, may have the charge of this matter joined with the other 2 that were afore mentioned. I dare not assure Monsieur how this great matter, for example, their wedlock, will end, until I be assured what way he will take with the Low Countries. For rather will I never meddle with marriage than have such a bad covenant added to my part. Shall it be ever found true that Queen Elizabeth hath solemnized the perpetual harm of England under the glorious title of marriage with Francis, heir of France? No, no, it shall never be. Monsieur, may fortune ask you, why should not the Low Countries be governed by the indwellers of that country as they were wont, and yet under my superiority, as that of the King of Spain? I answer, the case is too far different, since the one is far off by sea's distance, and the other near upon the continent. We willingly will not repose our whole trust so far on the French nation, as we will give them in pawn all our fortune, and afterwards stand to their discretion. I hope I shall not live to see that hour. Farewell, with my assurance that you will serve with faith and diligence. In haste, your sovereign, Elisabeth. The gist of this letter seems to be, that Elisabeth was provoked at the unexpected occurrence of her lover, Francis, Duke of Anjou, being elected sovereign of the Low Countries. She says that she considers the step as untimely or premature, deeming that the intrigues of France had outwitted her therein. Her reasons may be deduced from the document, because as the heir of France was elected sovereign of the Low Countries before his union with her, these valuable provinces would in consequence go with his inheritance, in case she should have no offspring by him. And thus would the Flemish trade and alliance, which had been the main object of English policy for 5 centuries, be forever lost to England, and gained by France; while on the contrary, if Anjou, as her husband, had been elected sovereign of the Low Countries, she would have contrived to have had the best share of the power and dignity, and England might have contended successfully the right of keeping them as appendages to the crown. Thus viewed, the letter is one of the best specimens of Elizabeth's love and care of her country, and of a grand and far-sighted policy in anticipating the evils that might arise to England after death had removed her from the scene. Elizabeth's displeasure was, however, quickly mollified. She not only acquiesced in the election of Duke Francis of Anjou to the sovereignty of the Low Countries, but assisted him with the subsidy of 100,000 crowns, and added a hint of her favourable disposition towards their marriage. An embassy extraordinary was immediately sent from the court of France, of which the Prince Dauphin of Auvergne was the principal. They were received in the Thames with the greatest honours by Elizabeth's command, and landed at the Tower under a salvo of artillery. They were conducted by the young Philip, Earl of Arundel, the representative of the unfortunate Duke of Norfolk, Sir Philip Sidney, Fulk Greville, and Lord Windsor, who were esteemed four of the most honourable gentlemen of the court, to a new banqueting house, which had been erected for their reception at Westminster, where they were entertained in the most sumptuous manner. Among the pageants, sports, and princely recreations that had been prepared in honour of these distinguished foreigners, a tournament had been in contemplation. But such was the distaste manifested by the great body of her people against the French marriage, that the queen, apprehending serious tumults from any public collision with the noble foreigners, issued a proclamation that none of her subjects should either strike or draw weapon within 4 miles of London or the court. Although the matrimonial negotiations had been renewed, in compliance with Elizabeth's insinuated wish, she was no sooner pressed to conclude the treaty than she started fresh objections, and proposed, in lieu, one of perpetual alliance between the crowns of England and France. The King of France replied, that he was ready to sign such a league as soon as the Queen of England should have fulfilled her promise to his brother. At length it was mutually agreed that the Duke, his associates, and servants, being no English subjects, should have liberty to use their own religion in their own houses without molestation. The Duke of Anjou and the Queen of England, within 6 weeks after the ratification of the treaties specified, shall personally contract marriage in England. It was stipulated that, as soon as the marriage was completed, the Duke should assume the title of king, but the question of his being crowned should be referred to the consideration of Parliament. In the event of his succeeding to the crown of France, his eldest son, by Queen Elizabeth, was to inherit that realm, and the second, that of England. When it is remembered that her Majesty was in her 49th year, the contingency of 2 sovereigns proceeding from her marriage with the youthful heir of France appears somewhat visionary. It was, however, further provided, that in the event of the Queen dying before the Duke, he was to have the tuition of all their children till the sons should attain the age of 18, and the daughters 15. He was to settle upon the Queen, in dowry, 40,000 crowns per annum, out of his lands at Berry, and the Queen was, by Act of Parliament, to secure to him, for his life, such a pension as she might please to appoint. In other matters, the treaty was framed according to the marriage articles between the late Queen Mary and Philip of Spain. Before the 6 weeks, stipulated for the fulfillment of this treaty, had expired, Elizabeth faltered in her resolution and attempted to evade her engagement. Yet she professed to bear a most sovereign love to her betrothed, and that her demurs only proceeded from her doubts how her subjects stood affected towards her marriage with him. The Duke, who, whatever were his faults as a politician and a man, was an accomplished wooer, resolved to take no refusal from any one but the Queen herself. He had had the good fortune to achieve a successful military enterprise in compelling the Prince of Parma to raise the siege of Cambrai, and, crossing the seas, hastened to plead his own cause to his august lady love. He arrived early in November, 1582. Elizabeth gave him not only an honourable but a most loving reception, and for a time appeared to abandon herself to the intoxication of an ardent passion. She declared that he was the most deserving and constant of all her lovers, and even made political engagements with him without consulting her ministers. On the anniversary of her coronation, which was, as usual, celebrated with great pomp, she, in the presence of the foreign ambassadors and her whole court, placed a ring on his finger which was regarded by all present as a pledge of her intention to become his wife, and from that time the prince was looked upon as her betrothed husband. Her conduct at this time was either that of the most enamoured of women, or the most unblushing of coquettes. Her gift of the ring was duly reported by the French and Dutch envoys. Bonfires and salvos of artillery manifested the satisfaction of these countries at the prospect of so glorious an alliance. Her own people took the matter differently. Leicester, Hatton, and Walsingham were determined to prevent the marriage, and laid their plans accordingly. They were among the commissioners whom the queen had commanded to prepare the articles, and also a paper prescribing the rites for the celebration of the nuptials. This paper was actually drawn up and subscribed, but the same evening, as soon as she returned to her chamber, all her ladies, who had received their lesson from the anti-matrimonial cabal, got up a concert of weeping and wailing. They surrounded their royal mistress, and, throwing themselves at her feet, implored her to pause ere she took so fatal a step as contracting marriage, at her time of life, with a youthful husband, by whom she would probably be despised and forsaken. They represented all her sister had suffered from her joyless union with Philip of Spain, and entreated her not to share her power and glory with a foreign spouse, or to sully her fair fame as a Protestant queen by vowing obedience to a Catholic husband. Elisabeth passed the night without sleep. In the morning she sent for the duke. He found her pale and in tears. 2 more nights such as the last, she told him, would bring her to the grave. She described the conflict of feeling between love and duty in which it had been passed by her, and told him that although her affection for him was undiminished, she had, after an agonizing struggle, determined to sacrifice her own happiness to the welfare of her people. Anjou would have remonstrated, but Hatton, who was present, acted as a spokesman for the agitated queen, and, with statesmanlike coldness, stated the objections to the marriage in terms which proved that they were regarded by the council as insuperable. The duke retired in great disorder to his own apartment, and, plucking the ring from his finger, flung it passionately on the ground, exclaiming at the same time that the women of England were as changeable and capricious as their own climate, or the waves that encircle their island. He then demanded leave to depart, but Elisabeth implored him to remain, for that it was her intention to marry him at a more auspicious moment, but at present she was compelled to do violence to her own feelings. The credulous prince believed, and tarried 3 months, waiting the auspicious moment, which was destined never to arrive. Elisabeth, meantime, lavished the most flattering attentions upon him, and, like Calypso, omitted no device that was likely to retain this ill-favoured Telemachus spellbound in her enchanted isle. She danced frequently, and had many tragedies and comedies acted, with masks, and all sorts of entertainments for his delight. On the New Year's Day he tilted before her, at a tournament given in honour of his visit. He had chosen the following verse for his device: Serviet caterem, dulcis torque Eliza. The moment the course was over, the queen hastened to him, and if we may believe the report of the Duc de Nevers, who was present in the royal lover's suite, she saluted him repeatedly, and perceiving that he was fatigued, took him by the hand, and led him to his own chamber, that he might repose himself. The next morning she paid him a visit before he rose. Many reports, even more derogatory to the dignity and delicacy of the queen, were in circulation, but these, we trust, were the profane inventions of her foes, since they were chiefly founded on the malign gossip of the Countess of Shrewsbury, or the persons who forged the coarse letter pretended to have been written by Mary, Queen of Scots, to Queen Elizabeth. But to return to facts. The states of Belgium grew impatient of the protracted absence of their sovereign, and demanded his return. The prince himself was weary of the absurd thraldom in which he was held, and finding it impossible to bring his wary inamorata to the desired point, determined to keep no longer as the puppet of her wayward will. He announced to her the day of his departure. She remonstrated. He explained the necessity of his return to his new subjects. She called them villains, and would only consent to his departure on condition of his promising to return in a month, and insisted, in spite of his avowed reluctance, on accompanying him part of his journey to the coast. He certainly had no wish for this tender attention, and did all he could to dissuade her majesty from leaving London, telling her that the journey would be painful to her, and that, as the weather was fair and the wind favourable, he was loath to lose the opportunity of performing his voyage with all speed. Elisabeth was, however, resolute, and on the 1st of February, she and all her court accompanied the prince on his journey as far as Rochester, where they passed the night. The next day her majesty showed him her mighty ships of war, lying at Chatham, and after they had been on board several of them, the prince and all the great lords of France, who were in attendance, expressed their admiration of all they saw, and declared that it was not without good reason that the Queen of England was reported to be the Lady of the Seas. The Queen told the prince that all these ships and their furniture were ready to do him service when it should be requisite, for which he most humbly thanked her majesty, and after a great discharge of the ordnance, they returned again to Rochester. The third day they went to Sittingbourne, where, dining in company, the queen was served, after the English manner, by the greatest ladies of her court, and the monsieur, as he is styled by our authority, after the French fashion, by the gentlemen of his train, which ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant party no doubt, dined afterwards together. Anjou's impatience to be gone exceeded the bounds of civility. His Highness besought her majesty again to go no further, declaring unto her, that the fair weather passed away. But notwithstanding his entreaties, the queen went on still to Canterbury. There, after the queen had feasted the French nobles, she parted from the prince mournfully and in tears. In the Ashmolean collection, the royal autograph verses, on Mount Zier's departure, signed Elisa Regina, are still preserved. This little poem, though a decided imitation, if not a plagiarism, from Petrarca, is certainly the most elegant of Elisabeth's poetical compositions. I grieve, yet dare not show my discontent. I love, and yet am forced to seem to hate. I doth, but dare not what I ever meant. I seem stark mute, yet inwardly do prate. I am, and am not, freeze, and yet I burn, since from myself my other self I turn. My care is like my shadow in the sun, follows me flying, flies when I pursue it, stands and lives by me, does what I have done. This too familiar care doth make me rue it. No means I find to rid him from my breast, till by the end of things it be suppressed. Some gentler passion steal into my mind, for I am soft and made of melting snow. Or be more cruel, love, or be more kind, or let me float or sink, be high or low, or let me live with some more sweet content, or die, and so forget what love e'er meant. After the quotation of this amatory effusion, it would perhaps be difficult to make out a case of perfect indifference in behalf of the royal spinster, or to impute all the marks of fondness she manifested for her last French suitor to political coquetry alone. If we may judge from outward signs and tokens, the struggle was really severe between duty and passion in the bosom of the queen. During Anjou's journey to Sandwich, she sent repeated messages of inquiry after his health, and even when he was on shipboard, Sussex brought him an urgent invitation to return to the queen, but he was obdurate. Her ministers would not permit her to sully her glory by becoming his wife. He would not permit himself to be played with any longer. Attended by the Earl of Leicester, Lord Hunsdon, Lord C. Howard, 100 gentlemen, and an escort of 300 men, he sailed on the 8th of February for Holland, promising to return to Elisabeth in March, but she never saw him again. If we may credit the report of the gossiping heir of Shrewsbury, Elizabeth was scarcely less afflicted by the loss of Anjou than Dido for that of Aeneas. She refused to return to Whitehall, because it was likely to bring too lively a remembrance to her mind of him with whom she so unwillingly parted. She might nevertheless have retained this precious charmer at the price of marriage, but her fame, her power, and her popularity were dearer to Elizabeth than idle dreams of love, and she was blessed with a high degree of fickleness, which in due time enabled her to find a fresh and more agreeable source of amusement than cherishing the image of a lost lover. It would not only be a painful task, but incompatible with the plan of this work, to enter into the details of the persecutions on the score of nonconformity, which stain the annals of this period of Elizabeth's life and reign. Suffice it to say, that the unsparing use of the rack, the gibbet, and the quartering knife failed either to silence the zeal of the Puritans or to deter the seminary priests from performing their perilous missions as teachers of their proscribed doctrines. The natural result of these severities was, to provoke a spirit of enmity against the Queen, a spirit that animated the professors of these opposing creeds to dare the sternest inflictions of the secular power unshrinkingly, for conscience sake, even as the Protestant martyrs had done in the reigns of Henry VIII and Mary. End of section 33. Section 34 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume VI, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter VIII, Part 6. Elisabeth had been personally interested by the learning, eloquence, and ardent loyalty of the celebrated Edmund Campion, before the possibility was imagined of that star of the University of Oxford forsaking the Reformed religion, by law established in England, for the proscribed doctrines of the Church of Rome, after he had been tortured repeatedly for the purpose of extorting from him the particulars of some secret plot against the Queen, in which he was suspected of being an agent. Elisabeth determined to see and confer with Campion herself, and by her orders he was secretly brought one evening from the Tower and introduced to her at the house of the Earl of Leicester, in the presence of that nobleman, the Earl of Bedford, and the two secretaries of state. She asked him if he acknowledged her for queen. He replied, "Not only for queen, but for my lawful queen." She demanded, if he considered that the Pope could excommunicate her lawfully. He replied evasively, that it was not for him to decide in a controversy between her Majesty and the Pope. By the Pope's ordinary power he could not excommunicate princes. Whether he could by that power, which he sometimes exercised in extraordinary emergencies, was a difficult and doubtful question. Such an answer was not likely to prove satisfactory to so subtle a princess as Elizabeth, and she left him to the decision of her judges. He and 12 other Catholic priests were arraigned for treason, found guilty, and sentenced to the usual horrible death awarded to traitors. This occurred while the Duke of Anjou was at the court of Elizabeth, and it was observed by some of the members of the council that the execution of so many Catholic priests would disgust the future consort of their sovereign. Burleigh represented the necessity of the execution as a measure of expediency to allay the apprehensions of the Protestants at that peculiar crisis. Campion, with 2 others, asserted their innocence of any offense against the government, and praying, with their last breath, for Queen Elizabeth. Anjou took the matter as calmly as Gallio, caring for none of those things. His creed was evidently similar to that of the cynical citizen of London in 1788, who sought to preserve his house from the attacks of the No Popery rabble in the riots led by Lord George Gordon, by chalking on his door, "No religion at all." All ranks of her people hailed her rejection of Anjou with enthusiastic feelings of applause. Shakespeare has celebrated her triumph over the snares of love in the following elegant lines: "That very time I saw, but thou couldst not, flying between the cold moon and the earth, Cupid all armed. A certain aim he took at a fair vestal, throned by the west, and loosed his love shaft smartly from his bow, as it should pierce 100,000 hearts. But I might see young Cupid's fiery shaft quenched in the chaste beams of the watery moon, and the imperial votress passed on in maiden meditation fancy free. So much, however, had Anjou contrived to endear himself to the fair Vestal, that the news of his danger in his last illness gave her such pain, that she refused to believe it, accused her ambassador, Sir Edward Stafford, of wishing for his death, and reprimanded him in such severe terms, that when that event actually occurred, he was afraid of informing her, for fear, as he said, of ministering cause to her grief. Henry III, in a letter to Mauvissiere, his ambassador, directs him to communicate this event to the Queen of England, his good sister, who, I am sure, says he, will share in my great regret, for he greatly honoured her. So ended the last matrimonial negotiation, in which Elizabeth condescended to engage. From that time on, she appears to have regarded herself entirely as the spouse of the nation. The Queen, says Sir John Harrington, did once ask my wife, in merry sort, how she kept my good will and love? My Moll, in wise and discreet manner, told her highness, she had confidence in her husband's understanding and courage, well founded on her own steadfastness, not to offend or thwart, but to cherish and obey. Hereby did she persuade her husband of her own affection, and in so doing did command his. Go to, mistress, saith the Queen. You are wisely bent, I find. After such sort do I keep the good will of all my husbands, my good people, for if they did not rest assured in some special love towards them, they would not readily yield me such good obedience. In the same year, 1583, the Tsar, Ivan Basilovich, applied to Elisabeth to negotiate a peace between him and John, King of Sweden, and was so well pleased with her good offices that, imagining she might stand his friend in a matter more interesting to his personal happiness, he made humble suit to her majesty to send him a wife out of England. Elizabeth made choice of a young lady of royal Plantagenet descent, and sister of the Earl of Huntingdon. But when she discovered that the barbarous laws of Muscovy allowed the sovereign to put away his Tsarina as soon as he was tired of her, and wished for something new in the conjugal department, she excused her fair subject from accepting the proffered honour, by causing his imperial majesty to be informed that the young lady's health was too delicate for such a change of climate, and her mother was too tenderly attached to endure the absence of her daughter, and above all, the laws of England would not permit her to give away the daughters of her subjects in marriage without the consent of her parents. The Tsar was dissatisfied and did not long survive his disappointment. Some years after, one of his successors, the Tsar Boris Godunov, made a request to her to send an English consort for one of his sons, and by the following passages in a letter from his imperial majesty to her, it should seem that Elizabeth had either outlived her former scruples, or found some noble family willing to obtain the perilous preferment for one of the daughters, and that the royal Muscovite entertained a suspicion that some trickery was intended in the matter, for he manifests prudential caution in his inquiries as to the young lady's descent, person, and qualifications. Concerning the argument of your princely letters, he says, it cannot but give us an extraordinary contentment, we finding therein your majesty's love and affection towards us and our children, carefully endeavouring the matching and bestowing of them in your own line and race. By which your letters your highness made known unto us, that, amongst others, you have made choice of a young lady, being a pure maiden, nobly descended by her father and mother, adorned with graces and extraordinary gifts of nature, about 11 years of age, of whom you made an offer to us. But your majesty hath not particularly written unto us of this worthy lady, what she is, whether she be of your highness's blood, descended of your royal race, by your father or mother, or from some other archduke or duke, whereof we are desirous of being resolved. This year died Elizabeth's faithful kinsman and servant, the Earl of Sussex. He retained his contempt of his old adversary, Leicester, to the last. I am now passing into another world, said he to the friends who surrounded his death-bed, and I must leave you to your fortunes and the queen's grace and goodness, but beware of the gypsy, or he will be too hard for you all. You know not the nature of the beast as well as I do. Leicester, however, never regained his influence with his royal mistress after his marriage with her cousin, Lettice Knollys, the widow of the Earl of Essex, though he retained his position in the cabinet, and was, with Burleigh and Hatton, mainly instrumental in traversing her marriage with the Duke of Anjou. Elizabeth's temper became more irritable than usual after she was deprived of the amusement of coquetting with the princes and envoys of France over her last matrimonial treaty, and Burleigh often shed bitter tears in private in consequence of the life she led him. At length, worn out with these vexations, and disgusted with the treatment he received from a growing party that was beginning to divide the council against him, he requested permission to withdraw from the turmoils of the court and end his days in retirement at Theobalds, on which the queen, who knew his value too well to be content to part with him, wrote the following lively letter to the discontented minister. Sir Spirit, I doubt I do nickname you, for those of your kind, they say, have no sense, or feeling. But I have lately seen, an ecce signum, that if an ass kick you, you feel it too soon. I will recant you from being spirit, if ever I perceive that you disdain not such a feeling. Serve God, fear the king, and be a good fellow to the rest. Let never care appear in you for such a rumor, but let them well know that you desire the righting of such wrong, by making known their error, than you to be so silly a soul as to forslow what you ought to do, or not freely deliver what you think meetest, and pass no man so much as not to regard her trust who putteth it in you. God bless you, and long may you last. Omnino E.R. The queen likewise wrote a facetious address to him, by the title of Sir Eremite of Tibble or Theobalds, a rhapsody, which in affection surpasses all the euphemism of that era. Elizabeth loved now and then quietly to circumvent Burleigh. On one of her visits to Theobalds, she had promised to make 7 knights. He chose and arranged the candidates for that honour, so that some gentlemen of ancient lineage stood at the lower part of his hall, meaning that the parvenus should be knighted first as the queen passed, and thus as the elder knights take precedence ever after of their better born neighbours. The queen was informed of this scheme, but said nothing. As she went through the hall, where the candidates for knighthood were placed, according to Burleigh's policy, she passed by all till she came to the screen, when she turned about and said, "I had almost forgot what I had promised," and beginning with the lowest placed gentlemen, knighted all in rotation as they stood. Stanhope, a gentleman of her privy chamber, observed to her, "Your majesty is too fine for my lord Burleigh." "Nay," replied Elizabeth, "I have but fulfilled the scripture, the first shall be last, and the last first." Elizabeth's ladies and courtiers were universally malcontent at the idea of a visit to Theobalds, where strict economy and precision of manners always prevailed, and no amusements were provided for their recreation. Elizabeth's maids of honour were regarded with a jealous eye by her cabinet as the purveyors of the abundant stores of gossip with which her majesty was constantly supplied. Yet they had little influence in obtaining her favour for any applicant, which made Sir Walter Raleigh declare that they were like witches, capable of doing great harm, but no good. Sir Fulk Greville, who had often access to the queen, held long private conversations with her, and though he had both the power and inclination to do good, which he often used for the benefit of those who had fallen into disgrace, the queen's maids declared, "He brought her all the tales she heard," which made him say merrily of himself, that he was like Robin Goodfellow, for when the dairy maids upset the milk pans, or made a romping and racket, they laid it all on Robin. So whatever gossip tale the queen's ladies told her, or whatever bad turns they did to the courtiers, they laid it all upon him. Indeed, there seems to have been an incipient warfare forever going on between Elizabeth's maids of honour and the gentlemen of her household. Her kinsman, Sir Francis Knollys, a learned old militaire, whose office brought his apartment in close contiguity to the dormitory of the maids of honor, declared, that they used, when retired for the night, to frisk and hay about, so that it was in vain for him to attempt sleep or study. One night, when the fair bevy were more than usually obstreperous, he marched into their apartment in dishabille, and with his book in his hand and an enormous pair of spectacles on his nose, walked up and down declaiming in Latin. Some of the young ladies fled, half dressed. Others entreated his absence, but he said, he would not leave them in quiet possession of their dormitory without their permitting him to rest in his apartment. But these lively ladies, like the rest of Elisabeth's household, sometimes felt, in their turn, the effects of her caprice. I could relate, says Harrington, many pleasant tales of her majesty's outwitting the wittiest ones, for few knew how to aim their shafts against her cunning. I will tell a story that fell out when I was a boy. She did love rich clothing, but often chid those that bought more finery than became their state. It happened that Lady Mary Howard was possessed of a rich border, powdered with gold and pearls, and a velvet suit belonging thereto, which moved many to envy, nor did it please the queen, who thought it exceeded her own. One day the queen did send privately, and got the lady's rich vesture, which she put on herself, and came forth the chamber among her ladies, the kirtle and border being far too short for her majesty's height. She asked every one, how they liked her new fancied suit? At length she asked the owner herself, if it were not made too short and ill becoming? To which the poor lady agreed. Why then, rejoined the queen, if it become not me, as being too short, it shall never become thee, as being too fine. This sharp rebuke abashed the lady, and the vestment was laid up till after the queen's death. As a proof that Elisabeth possessed the rare faculty of dividing her attention among a variety of subjects at the same time, Harrington records the fact that she wrote one letter while she dictated another to her amanuensis, and listened to a tale, to which she made suitable replies, all at the same time. He has preserved the letters, which were found in a manuscript entitled, A Precious Token of Her Highness's Great Wit and Marvellous Understanding. In one of these letters, Queen Elizabeth defines friendship to be the uniform consent of two minds, such as virtue links, and naught but death can part. Therefore, says the royal metaphysician, I conclude the house which shrinketh from its foundation shall down for me. With consummate knowledge of the human heart, she goes on to observe, that where minds differ and opinions swerve, there is scant a friend in that company. Queen Elizabeth gave her half-brother, Sir John Perrot, the command of a fleet to intercept a meditated invasion of Ireland by Philip II, and Sir John prepared for the voyage, taking with him for his personal band 50 gentlemen of good family, dressed in orange-colored cloaks. As this party lay to, in his barge off Greenwich Palace, where the queen kept her court, Sir John sent one of these orange men on shore with a diamond, as a token to his mistress, Blanche Parry, willing him to tell her, that a diamond coming unlooked for did always bring good luck with it. Which the queen overhearing, sent Sir John a fair jewel hanged by a white cypress, a white love ribbon, signifying withal, that as long as he wore that for her sake, she did believe, with God's help, he should have no harm. This message and jewel Sir John received right joyfully, and returned answer to the queen, that he would wear it for his sovereign's sake, and he doubted not, with God's favour, to restore her ships in safety, and either to bring back the Spaniards prisoners if they came his way, or to sink them in the deep seas. So as Sir John passed in his barge, the queen, looking out of a window at Greenwich Palace, shaked her fan at him, and brought out her hand towards him. Whereupon he, making a low obeisance, put the scarf and jewel round his neck. Sir John encountered no enemy but a dreadful storm. Perrot was soon after appointed by the queen to the highest military command in Ireland, where, while he exercised the most despotic cruelty on the insurgents, he manifested the strongest inclination to act independently of her majesty, whose birth he considered not a whit better than his own. The speeches he made on various occasions to this effect were carefully registered against him. It was his pleasure to suppress the cathedral of St. Patrick. The queen forbade this proceeding, when he thus undutifully addressed the council: "Stick not so much on the queen's letters of commandment, for she may command what she will, but we will do what we like." The queen appointed Mr. Errington clerk of the exchequer, on which Sir John exclaimed, "This fiddling woman troubles me out of measure. God's dear lady, he shall not have the office. I will give it to Sir Thomas Williams." This was proved by the oath of his secretary, Philip Williams, who, when he was brought to trial for disobedience and contempt of the queen, was the principal witness against him. Sir John earnestly requested his secretary might be confronted with him. But with the infamous injustice with which such trials were carried on in the 16th century, Popham, the queen's attorney general, forbade this reasonable request. One of the depositions of this man touched Elisabeth on tender ground. At the time of the Spanish invasion, Sir John, by his reports, said, "Ah, silly woman, now she shall not curb me, now she shall not rule me. Now, God's dear lady, I shall be her white boy again." Adding, that when Sir John Garland brought him letter from the queen, he said, with violent execrations, "This it is, to serve a base-born woman. Had I served any prince in Christendom, I had not been thus dealt withal." He was accused of treasonable communication with Spain, but nothing was proved excepting foolish speeches. He attributed his disgrace chiefly to the malice of his old enemy, Sir Christopher Hatton, whom he despised as a carpet knight, who had danced his way into Elizabeth's good graces. When Sir John Perrot was told he must die, he exclaimed, "God's death! Will my sister sacrifice her brother to his frisking adversaries?" When Elisabeth heard this truly Tudor-like remonstrance, she paused from signing his death warrant, saying, "They were all knaves that condemned him." His furious antipathy to Sir Christopher Hatton, and his sneers at his dancing, will remind the reader of Gray's celebrated lines: "My Lord High Keeper led the brawls, the seals and maces danced before him." Sir John Perrot was not executed, but pined himself to death, like a prisoned eagle, in confinement in the Tower. The greatest contradiction ever offered to Queen Elizabeth proceeded from her men of her own blood. One afternoon, when she was at cards, she turned to her young kinsman, Robert Carey, who stood at her elbow, and asked him when his father, Lord Hunsdon, meant to depart to his government at Berwick. He replied, "After Whitsuntide." This information put her majesty into a great rage. "God's wounds!" she exclaimed, "I will set him by the feet, and send another in his place, if he dallies thus." Robert Carey replied that the delay was but to make provision. She declared that Hunsdon had been going from Christmas to Easter, and from Easter to Whitsuntide, and if he was not off directly, she would put another in his place, and so she commanded Carey to tell him. But Hunsdon came of her own lineage, and shared her own indomitable spirit. By way of reply, he told his mind very freely to Burleigh. The threat of laying him by the feet he could not digest, and alluded to it in these high-spirited words: "Any imprisonment she may put me to shall redound to her dishonour, because I neither have nor will I deserve it." The queen's conduct to this faithful kinsman is characteristic of her niggardliness. He had a double claim on the earldom of Wiltshire. Elizabeth withheld it through his life, but when he was on his deathbed, she sent the robes and patent to his bedside. Whereupon he, who could dissemble neither in life nor death, sent them back with these words: "Tell the queen, that if I was unworthy these honours living, I am unworthy of them dying." It will be allowed that a narrative, wholly devoted to the personal biography of Elizabeth, can afford but a few words as a retrospect of her regal sway over the sister island. "Ireland," says Naughton, "cost her more vexation than anything else. The expense of it pinched her, the ill success of her offices wearied her, and in that service she grew hard to please. The barbarity with which she caused that country to be devastated is unprecedented, excepting in the extermination of the Caribs by the Spaniards." Henry VIII had given himself little concern with the state of religion in Ireland. It remained virtually a Catholic country. The monasteries and their inhabitants were not uprooted, as in England, and the whole country incipiently acknowledged the supremacy of the Pope, through all the Tudor reigns, till Elizabeth ascended the throne. The false step taken by the Pope at Elizabeth's accession, by mooting the point of her reign de jure, instead of considering it de facto, forced her into the measure of insisting that all Ireland should renounce the Catholic religion and become Protestant, and this she enforced under the severest penal laws. Ireland, which had acknowledged the English monarchs as suzerains, or lords paramount over their petty kings and chiefs, for several centuries, had scarcely allowed them as kings of Ireland for a score of years, now flamed out into rebellion against the English Lord Deputy, and this functionary, by the Queen's orders, governed despotically by mere orders of council, and endeavoured to dispense with the Irish Parliament. The taxes were forthwith cessed at the will of the Lord Deputy. The Earl of Desmond, the head of the Fitzgeralds, and possessed at that time of an estate of 600,000 acres, aided by Lord Baltinglass, head of the Eustaces, whose family had for 4 generations filled the office of Lord's Treasurer or Lord's Deputy, and were ever closely allied with the Geraldines, resisted the payment of this illegal tax, and required that a parliament might be called, as usual, to fix the demands on the subject, for which measure these gallant precursors of Hampden were forthwith immured in a tower of Dublin Castle. They sent messengers to Elizabeth to complain of the conduct of her Lord Deputy, for which presumption, as she called it, she transferred them to the more alarming prison of the Tower of London. The English Parliament, however, finding their sole crime was the vindication of the existence of a Parliament in Ireland, were inclined to view the case as bearing on their own. Elizabeth, therefore, postponed her vengeance on Desmond and Baltinglass, and ordered their liberation. Philip of Spain then, in revenge for the assistance given by Elizabeth to his Protestant subjects in the Low Countries, proffered aid to the Irish. The Geraldines and Eustaces flew to arms, and for many years sustained a contest with the English Lord Deputy. At length, the venerable Earl of Desmond, crushed by overwhelming numbers, became a fugitive, and after wandering about in glens and forests for 3 years, was surprised in a lonely hut by a party of his enemies. Kelly of Moriarty struck off his head and conveyed it, as an acceptable present, to Queen Elizabeth, by whose order it was fixed on London Bridge. The Lord Deputy Montjoy, the Irish say by the advice of Spenser, the poet, the commander of the English forces, commenced that horrid war of extermination which the natives call the Hags' Wars. The houses and standing corn of the wretched natives were burnt, and the cattle killed, wherever the English came, which starved the people into temporary submission. When some of the horrors of the case were represented to the Queen, and she found the state to which the sister island was reduced, she was heard to exclaim, that she found she had sent wolves, not shepherds, to govern Ireland, for they had left nothing but ashes and carcasses for her to reign over. This deprecatory speech did not, however, save the lives of the patriots who had resisted the extinction of the Irish parliaments. Lord Baltinglass was beheaded, and a peculiar act passed, called the Statute of Baltinglass, which confiscated the estates granted to the Eustaces in Ireland, although the younger brother of Lord Baltinglass had taken no part in the rebellion. The latter days of Elizabeth were certainly impoverished and embittered by the long strife in Ireland, and if her sister declared that when dead Calais had been found written on her heart, Elizabeth had as much reason to affirm that the burning cares connected with the state of Ireland had wasted her lamp of life. End of section 34. End of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 6, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland.